Good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well today. On behalf of the Asian Ecotourism Network, I would like to welcome you to the Regional Ecotourism Webinar as an annual ecotourism webinar. IAN's Exchange Learning Webinar Series 3 2024. Thank you for your time and effort in joining our webinar today. We are delighted to have you with us for what promises to be an insightful and engaging session. Well, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dinda Imelda, ASEAN Ecotourism Secretariat from Indonesia. I will be your MC as well as the moderator for this webinar session. Today, I will take you on journey through Japan, Thailand, Indonesia, Taiwan, India, and Malaysia. We will have the opportunity to learn from the experts as they are share their best practice and valuable insight. We are delighted to have with us today the chair of the Asian Ecotourism Network, Mr. Masaru Takayama from Japan. Good morning, konnichiwa. A
Good
warm
morning.
welcome also to the chair of the academic committee from of the Asian Ecotourism Network, Professor Jennifer Chan Kim Lian. The Tourism Management Program of University Malaysia Sabah, Dr. Tini Maizual. Our distinguished speaker for today, Mr. Kazuhiro, Mrs. Supi, Arai, Mr. Song, Mohit, and Mr. Vicky. We would also like to warmly welcome to our honorable participant. I believe that today, not only from Asia region, but also from across country around the world. Once again, we are very delighted to have you all here. Let's give us a big round of virtual applause. Ladies and gentlemen, our webinar theme is Building Resilience in Asian Ecotourism, Emerging Trends and Learning from Neighbor Countries. This event is co-organized by ASEAN Ecotourism Network, the Tourism Management Program of University Malaysia Sabah, and the Malaysia Ecotourism Association. This webinar aims to offer a valuable insight for ecotourism practitioners, students, and the public while creating opportunities for collaboration and working within the ASEAN ecotourism community. As your MC and moderator, I'm truly excited to lead you through what promises to be an inspiring and insightful session. Well, we will dive into the latest trends shaping ecotourism across Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to introduce Chair of the Academic Committees, ASEAN Ecotourism Network, Professor Jennifer Chan Kim Lian, who will give us an opening speech and officially kick off today's seminar. Professor Jennifer, time is yours.
Thank you, Dina, for the introduction. Greetings and salam sejahtera from Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, island of Borneo, Malaysia, where I am currently located. A very good morning to Mr. Masaru Takayama, President of the Asian Ecotourism Network. Good morning, good afternoon, and evening to our 6 distinguished speakers from Japan, Thailand, Taiwan, Indonesia, India, and Malaysia, and to our moderator and esteemed audience. First and foremost, I would like to warmly welcome everyone to this webinar. We are truly delighted to have you with us, no matter where you are in the world you are joining from. For your information, this is the third regional webinar and is proudly hosted by the Academic Committee of the Asia Ecotourism Network. It is part of our ongoing exchange learning series, opportunity for us to come together, share insight, and collaborate on the most pressing issue facing ecotourism today. This insightful webinar titled Building Resilience in Asian Ecotourism, Emerging Trends and Lessons from Neighboring Countries is a collaborative effort between AEN and Tourism Management Program at University Malaysia Sabah. Today's session is especially important as we seek innovative solutions and best practices that can help shape the future of sustainable tourism in region. Together, we will engage in a thoughtful discussion, share value insight, and explore exciting opportunity for growth and collaboration within our network. The outcome of this seminar aims to explore current trends and issues in ecotourism across the ASEAN region through speaker and case study, enhance the visibility of AEN and its activity, including the Global Wildlife Fair in India, October 2025, established networking opportunity between ecotourism practitioners and higher learning institutions in Asia country, promote ecotourism and study tours across Asian country, establish a platform to showcase unique ecotourism sites through Asia country, and last, to promote the presence of AEN and various ecotourism sites. We are honored to have 6 fantastic lineup of speakers who will share their expertise. We are excited to hear their insights on different topics and themes related to ecotourism. Their valuable insight will undoubtedly inspire and challenge us as we continue to push forward in this ever evolving landscape of ecotourism. As we move through today's session, I encourage everyone to actively participate, ask questions, take full advantage of the opportunity to connect with the speaker. Our goal is to foster a collaborative environment wherever we can learn from each other, share best practices, and find new ways to drive success. I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Masaru Takayama, President of the ASEAN Ecotourism Network, for graciously delivering the welcoming speech despite of his incredible busy schedule. His leaderships continue to inspire all of us in advancing ecotourism across Asia. A special thanks as well to our 6 distinguished speaker, Mr. Kazu from Japan, Ms. Supaporn from Thailand, Mr. Aris Suhandi from Indonesia, Dr. Yong Son Cheng from Taiwan, Mr. Mohit Aggarwal from India, and Professor Dr. Vicky from Malaysia. Each speaker will deliver engaging and insightful presentation on essential topic in ecotourism. We are deeply appreciate of the time and knowledge they are sharing with us today. Thank you, our moderator, Dina, who will guide us through this enriching discussion. Dr. Tini, the head of tourism program from UMS, who will do the closing remarks. My heartfelt gratitude to all the committee members for your time and dedication in ensuring the success of this webinar. This webinar is not only a platform for learning, but also building connection within the Asia Ecotourism Network community. We look forward to a fruitful, inspiring, and thoughtful discussion session. Thank you once again for your participation in making this webinar a success. I hope this webinar provide a meaningful learning and memorable experience for everyone. With this, I end my opening speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jennifer, for your insightful words. Now, I'm pleased to invite the Chair of Asian Ecotourism, Mr. Masaru Takayama, to give the opening speech. Mr. Masaru Takayama, the time is yours.
Thank you, Linda. Very good morning, Asia, and thank you very much, particularly for Dr. Jennifer, for organizing this special event in partnership with UMS. Asian Ecotourism Network is very pleased to have these kind of opportunities where we can not only promote what we are trying to achieve through our network, Asian Ecotourism Network, but also trying to engage to younger generations and wider uh, uh, diversity of people who are interested in ecotourism and enhancing the momentum of ecotourism together in the region. Allow me to share my screen so I can introduce to you what AEN has been working to achieve through various projects. Well, Asia Ecotourism Network now, we have a website which you can have all this information already uploaded. So please take a moment for further information, and please also contact us if you would like to become a member or to have project together. We are under a global ecotourism network, and as you can see that there are other regional networks such as in Europe and Africa, Latin America and Caribbean and others. However, Asian Ecotourism Network has been recognized as the most active and probably most friendly network that we are very together with passionate people who are bringing to the next level of ecotourism together in the region. So at the moment, we have 18 member countries in Asia Pacific. We are a non-profit organization, and we are trying to work to become the authority, but also to the authority of ecotourism knowledge, consulting, marketing, and business development to achieve sustainability for people and planet in the region. Our mission is to connect AEN stakeholders, which are communities, private, public sectors, tourism, hospitality sectors, NGO, and academia, for knowledge transfer, consulting, marketing, and business development to achieve sustainability. As you can see on the photo on the right, we are like a family, and this really brings together the strengths of AEN. We have regional concerning issues that I'd like to talk about. Tourism threats to indigenous people and culture, especially in Asia Pacific region, reaching cultural diversity and in the indigenous groups. Marine and terrestrial degradation and environmental footprint from mass production and consumption, as you see. Exceeding carrying capacity in ecologically sensitive areas, or you could also call it overtourism, happening in many parts of Asia. We also face greenwashing in the tourism industry, which is also degrading the quality of ecotourism. We often also witness the lack of political will to protect environment and culture from its impacts of tourism vis-a-vis revenue. Our responses to these challenges is to be the conservation advocates protecting marine and terrestrial ecosystem and biodiversity, promote community entrepreneurship through empowerment, skills transfer, and capacity building, become a platform for indigenous peoples and rural communities developing ecotourism and protecting cultural heritages, standardize and develop certification programs and products for sustainable tourism in the region to avoid greenwashing. And last but least is foster political goodwill and partnership for policies and programs on sustainable tourism in the region. We have a small and large scale project, but I'd like to call your attention to 4 different projects. We are developing standard for ecotourism. We also offer online learning such as today and on-site ecotourism training. And we also issue various declarations depending on the themes that are relevant to ecotourism. The first one is ASA, or Asian Ecotourism Standard for Accommodation. This has been recognized through GSTC, the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Well, now it is in alliance with the green destinations And the ecotourism standard now can be used for lodge owners. We have recently revised the standard to have 10 different categories that you can see in front of you. I'm not going to go into the details, but you're welcome to download our standard, which is available online. This is the glance of the online platform. If you do become a member of us trying to achieve a certification scheme and to get some recognition through us as a third party, you can apply and do a self-assessment through our online system. Uh, this will allow you to check that how well you're doing or there are rooms for improvement in terms of accommodation in the ecotourism sector. And eventually we will be also can allocate our auditors who can come to audit yourself, your property, and get the recognition through us. This is another snapshot. If you're familiar with the Green Destination or Travel Life system, this is a very similar scheme online for planning and reporting. The standard is made so that it can be used to all nature-based lodges and resorts, regardless of size. And you can also use it as a checklist. And depending on the country or geographical setting, some criteria are difficult to apply so that they're made as optional criteria. So we'll be coming to you again for a particular session to do a training for this standard in the coming months or maybe next year. Going to other projects, we have been developing sustainable tourism certification program. The one that are most recognized is through DASTA, which is the Thailand designated area for sustainable tourism administration. We do have in collaboration with MTCO and Green Destinations to make the Great American Subregion certification scheme. Another one, this is the biggest of this year, is that we have just launched the ASEAN Ecotourism Standard for Activities, Facilities, and Services. You can also search for the standard if you would like to see what is inside. They're available under the ASEAN website. We are very honored to have a pivotal role in developing the standard, which is recently adopted by the ASEAN tourism ministers. So we are going to be embarking on the training for the auditors and the training for the trainers who are going to be using the standard in the ASEAN region. We'll have Mr. Mohit from India talking about this more in detail, but I'd like to just give you an attention that next year in October, we'll be also co-hosting the Global Wildlife Fair in New Delhi, and the website is already being put up, and we would like to see you either by online, but of course it would be nice to see face to face. It's going to be a very special event for us. So we look forward to having you and discussing about how ecotourism can get engaged with the global wildlife, and also to make sense that the conservation needs to be in place using the ecotourism as a tool. And again, we do have two meetings a year, one time in Bangkok, normally in January or February in case of next year, but we do have a semi-annual general meeting, normally June and July months. We just had one in Mongolia, and we would like to call upon your attention if you're able to host us for these meetings in exchange for giving you some training or seminars. We'll be happy to talk to you. So that is pretty much all from me. Please join AEN family. You can look at our website about how you are able to engage with us at any level. Any volunteers are also welcome to get engaged. We help to help you, but also to learn from you. So thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to all the speakers from AEN today. And this is going to be a great, wonderful cross-learning day. So thank you very much. I'm going to return to you, back to you, Linda.
Okay. Thank you very much, Masaru-san. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now will have a group photo. We can take a photo together before we proceed with the next session. We kindly request all the participants to turn on your cameras, please, and share your beautiful smile and give us your best expression. Let's create a vibrant and engaging atmosphere together because your energy makes all difference. Okay, is everyone ready? I will take a photo session by session. Are you ready, Mr. Camaro, to take a screenshot? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and the last one. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Mr. Kamaru? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now begin with the main part of our webinar. Before we proceed, I would like to inform you some ground rules. During the webinar, please ensure your microphone is turned off. If you have any question for our speakers, you can write them in the chat box or ask them directly when selected by the moderator. For question asked via chat box or directly, please introduce yourself or put your name, mention where you are from, and specify which speaker your question is directed to, and state your question clearly. When selected to ask your question directly, kindly turn on your camera before speaking. Well, this webinar is divided into 2 sessions, which each session featuring 3 speakers. Each speaker will have 30 minutes for their presentation. Once all the presentations are complete, we will open the floor for a question and answer session. The same format will apply to the second session as well. We will soon provide you with a Google form that you are required to fill out to confirm your attendance and provide your full name for the e-certificate. Please ensure you're completed with the accurate and up-to-date information, including your name and your email. Thank you for your cooperation, and let's make this session interactive and enjoyable. I'm sure we all excited to dive into this session. So without further ado, let me take you to Japan. Let's warmly welcome our speaker, Mr. Kazuhiro Arai, to join us here.
Okay, good morning, Asia. I'm Kazu from Japan.
Yeah, Mr. Kazu, before we begin, let me take a moment to introduce Mr. Kazu. Mr. Kazuhiro Arai from Sapporo, graduated with a bachelor's degree in National Park Management from Lincoln University in New Zealand and conducted studies on ecotour economics at Hokkaido University. He founded the Daisetsu Nature School in Hokkaido, focusing on ecotours, conservation project, and community engagement. In 2018, he established Forest Kindergarten Kito Kito, promoting nature experience for all ages. Mr. Kazu served as a board member of Ecotourism Japan, ASEAN Ecotourism Network, and the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. He is also the chairman of the Hokkaido Adventure Travel Association, advancing sustainable tourism and community development. We're thrilled to have you with us, Mr. Kazu. Now the time is yours.
Thank you, Dinda. Hi, everyone. let me share my screen first, and then I can concentrate on my talking. All right. It's there, isn't it? All right. It's -5 degrees here, by the way. I'm Kazu from Japan. Today, I'm going to talk about the over-tourism. I know that everyone knows that's a huge issue, and then mainly we talk about numbers. However, our area, it's not that over-tourism yet, but I can feel that. So I'm thinking of how we can predict to stop before it's happening. Anyway, so yeah, I will talk about case study of Daisetsuzan National Park, which is the in Hokkaido where I'm from. So here is the area, green part, and then Daisetsuzan National Park. It's an alpine environment area, temperature from -30 degrees in winter, about 20 degrees in summer. You get snow from November till May. We have active volcanoes here. Beautiful alpine flora. We have some animals like brown bear, fox, deer, chipmunk, etc.
Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Kazu,
Yep.
can you click the full screen for your
Oh,
PPT, please?
okay.
Thank
And now
you.
it's gone. Cool. And then the national park, it used to be the largest national park in Japan, but now it's second because there's a new national park just became in the last month. Then we became the second. Anyway, we have cable car there, and then it carries like 100 people per go every 15 minutes. So it can create over tourism, bringing a lot of people. Activities, you can do short walking, picnicking, spelling, bird watching, photo shooting, mountaineering, rock climbing, ice climbing in winter, backcountry skiing, trail running. So we have variety of activities. It used to be only like mountaineering. However, these days, because of that ropeway access, cable car access, we have more variety of people are coming that may create issues. Oh, it's not moving. Cool. Okay. Oh, by the way, this is what I'm doing. Kids programs. We do eco tours. We have some cultural tours in our eco tour. We have Ainu people, which is the indigenous people in Hokkaido. We have a contract with a conservation association here, and then we do some park management. So the idea here is wise use, and we as a nature guide managing the park. So that's the idea, is managing the park by the users. So I think I'm going to talk about this a lot today. Through these work, we have some student young people to work together, as well as more learning, building capacity like this. Anyway, today's contents. So I'm going to talk about this, what is over-tourism, to negative impacts of over-tourism in Daisetsuzan National Park. 3 ways to overcome these issues here, and what should we care about. Lastly, the 5 key concepts and the method. So this is the 3 concepts and methods are my message for today to conclude. Anyway, first, what is over-tourism? I know everyone knows this. Anyway, I just says over-tourism is when we love a destination to death. Well, I don't know if this is right or not, but we love that nature here. A lot of people come. As a result, we ruin it. So over-tourism occurs when too many visitors flock to the same place, causing detrimental impacts on the environment, local communities, and visitor experience. Here in Daisetsdan National Park, these are the negative impacts of over-tourism I see. One negative impact on the environment, especially to the landscape here actually, erosion. Vegetations being stepped on by people, animals, because the people do act inappropriately interactions, and urban flora stolen. Well, it used to be really popular, but these days not anymore, which is good. I think this is because people awareness became really high, and then people watch each other and patrolling each other. Two, negative impact on the visitor experience, which we care a lot these days as a guide. Crowding, of course, different activities in one place, such as walking and mountain biking, as well as trail running these days. Getting lost in the mountains, or people get in trouble with unequipment. Lastly, negative impact on the local communities. Traffic jam, difficult to access for the locals. So this is one of the example of erosion. So on the top photo, this is what's happening if it's rain heavily, and then people avoiding the pond, the wet area, then stepping on the plants. As a result, you see the bottom photo. So this is the original route. However, people don't want to walk here. This is muddy. So people start walking aside. As a result, it became like this. And now, even though there are no people walking, the river flow just cuts everything and then get eroded like this. So this is a huge issues in Daisetsdan National Park, as well as other Japanese national parks too. We have long queue like this, of course. And what else? Issues. Oh, traffic jam like this. But here it's not that bad. We only have 2 weeks or 3 weeks in autumn when it's autumn coloring season, as well as in spring. We call it golden weeks when we have 4 or 5 days day offs, national holidays line up. That's when the Japanese domestic tourism moving a lot. We get long queues for catching the cable car too. So this is what we have issues, but you know, this is why people makes long queue, but still worth visiting here. Nice, beautiful autumn colorings in September, like that. Everything turns red, yellow, some remains green, and then we sometimes get white on top of the mountains, and then blue sky. This is beautiful. So I understand people want to come here a particular season, time of the year. So at the moment, idea here is not just limiting people. I think we can still accommodate more people without making such issues. That's our challenge. Oh, now I remember. This is another issue these days. This is quite interesting. So this is a clear day like this. People are happy walking like this. It's the white patch is snow in July actually, but it could be like this in 30 minutes. The weather changed really rapidly. So we have like a lot of accidents in wilderness, getting lost, injuries, too cold gets hypothermia. Because of easier access, more and variety of people, visitors come up to the mountains. It makes like perceptual risk lower because there are so many people. People don't feel the risk, although the actual risk remains still high. So it's not overcrowded, still a lot of space. However, there are so many different types of people who are not ready for the mountain wilderness. And then we have a lot of accidents. We sometimes have to take helicopter to rescue them, which cost a lot for the locals. So, how do we get over these issues? What we are doing is pretty simple. Mainly two. We do something for the hardware, which is like track maintenance, making clear signs, course ropes, so people can stick to the trail. One. We do renting out gumboots. Remember the muddy pathway? So we just rent out gumboots and then you can happily walk in the mud without your shoes get wet. Also, we charge them about $3 US dollar per pair and then give us some budget for the truck maintenance as well. Also, we do some renting out walking stick so you don't get injured. It's really simple, but really help. The second one is providing appropriate information. There are two time to do. One is spreading guideline of the national park in advance online. It's the Ministry of Environment doing that, and then they have been promoting really well. So, well, I don't know how many people have the percentage of it, but still quite a lot of people are aware of the national park, about the conservation and the risks. Also, we do on-site lecture at the cable car station. That's 3 minutes, simple but informative. Try to make it fun rather than manager telling people not to do. So, on the left, you know, the person is breaking the ice. We did not do this before, but because there are so many different type of tourists, now we have to do this. Otherwise, people get injured, going somewhere and then getting lost. So we do more truck maintenance a lot for variety of people. On-site lecture is like this. We say like, welcome to Daisetstan National Park. This is a national park. This is the course for you. This is 1.7 kilometers around. You need about 1.5 hours. There are such a beautiful flowers are blooming at the third viewpoint. So go there first. Please be in mind 3 things. No feeding animals. Do not step over the ropes, course ropes. Stick to the course. And the last toilet is here. Please do that here. Have a nice day. This is what we are doing. By doing this, we try to make a so-called social mind. What I mean by this is You know, people are listening, like 100 people are listening at the same time. So doing that, 100 people are imagining what is good to do, what is not good to do. So imagine if the people go out of the cable car station and start walking. If you do wrong thing, the other 99 people think, look at the person. You know, we just told that we should not step on the flower, but he is doing so. So this kind of social mind really works, stop people doing wrong things. That's, I really feel so from my experience. The other one is one way. So people are not passing each other if they go both way or everywhere they want to go. But the point is, we don't make a strict rule saying one way because this is a natural area. There are many people have their reason to have to go back and so on. However, automatically people feel they should go this way, the clockwise. How we do it. Here is the hint in the lecture. The lecturer, the person says, here, the red part, the third observation point, we say, the flower here is beautiful now from this Sugatami station. Then people think, okay, let's go to the third point first. Whether, the flower is really good. Then people start walking that way, creates most of the people going the clockwise. That actually really works well too. Well, but remember, you are free to go anywhere. So a lot of people, of course, going that way too, because they want to go to the summit of Mount Asahidake, which is the highest peak of Hokkaido. So you are allowed to do so. But most of the people going that way. Here's a social mind thing. So quite a few people want to take photo, then they go over the rope. But the social mind stop people behave not well. So lecture is like this. School students, they are good. They listen to us really well. So it's good. Gumboots rental like this. Yeah, we have a list of today's blooming plants. People actually take photo of this as a encyclopedia for the day. That's a nice souvenir too. That works really well, increasing their satisfaction of the tour or hike. Daisetsudan National Park, we have grading of the tracks. So we try to match visitors' expectations and the actual situation. If this mismatches, and then people think, oops, I'm in trouble. In Hokkaido, that happened really well because we still have a lot of wilderness area. However, because of the ropeway, we have easier access, and then people go there without much equipment or skills or knowledges. So we try to promote this a lot. So grade 1, easy, grade 5, difficult. And then grade 1, like Asahidake Onsen area, that's where I work at. It's easy, but like grade 4 there, this is like 4 hours in the mountain. So that's how we promote national park to match the visitor expectation to the real situation. Okay, about the over-tourism, we often care number of visitors, but sorry, I have answer to how to control the numbers. Well, you can easily limit the people, but it's always difficult, isn't it? So what we try to do now is behavior of visitors and flow of visitors correctly. That's what we try to do, like we do the lectures. And then we found that idea of carrying capacity is good. So carrying capacity in tourism is the maximum number of people that may visit a tourist destination at the same time without causing disruption of the physical, economical, social, cultural, environmental, and an unacceptable decrease in the quality of visitors' experience. So for example, by that lecture at the cable car station, we influence behaviors and flow of visitors to maximum carrying capacity in the natural area. So it's more like a psychological approach, actually. The other one is nudge theory. Have you heard that? So nudge theory is a behavioral science concept that proposes people's decision and behaviors can be influenced in predictable ways by small changes in how choices are presented. So we secretly propose visitors to walk clockwise by telling them the best flower spot, which is viewpoint 1 or viewpoint 3, etc. So then people kind of feel like going clockwise. I think that works, and there are so many other nudge things for encourage people to behave correctly. So as I said, I have explained already actually. We do the lecture at the yellow place and then encourage people go to the third or first viewpoint. As a result, people go just walk that way. And then we found out that the damage of the plant decreased a lot because there's no people kind of, how do you call this? Crossing or passing each other. You don't have to wait. We kind of flow easily. This is what we want to create, the people's flow. So to close my presentation, I would like to share 3 keywords. 1, wise use. So park management by the users, such as us. So if the park users, like nature guide, manage the park by themselves, its cost should be decreased. For example, often like park managers, rangers pick up garbages. However, if I am the guide, is the manager, then I don't even throw away the rubbish. I stop people not to throw garbage away. That's a decrease of the cost. So because you don't have to pick them up later on. 2, carrying capacity in tourism. So capacity is not just a matter of the physical density of the people per area, but also of social, psychological, ecological perspectives. So we try to control behavior and flow of the people in the park rather than limiting the numbers. Nudge theory, nudge would give us some ideas of how to do it in terms of behavioral economics. So I would like to leave you these 3 keywords to conclude this presentation. Thank you very much. So back to you, Dinda.
Wow, thank you very much, Kazu-san. Really wonderful and really great presentation. And we learned a lot this morning. And I'm really enjoy when you share your presentation. Really interesting.
Cool.
Thank you. Can we give a big applause to Kazu-san?
Thank you very much. Come to Japan.
Yes, of course. Wait for us, okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we just traveled to Japan, and then I will bring you to Thailand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Go to the next destination, Thailand. Our speaker is Mrs. Supaporn Prachumpai, who will be sharing her expertise on the topic carbon-free tour in Thailand, knowledge, skill, and training. Let's warmly welcome our speaker, Mr. Supaporn Prachumpai, to join us here. Hello, Kun
Yeah.
Supi. Sawadee.
สวัสดีค่ะ I
Yeah.
hope you hear me well.
Yeah, Kun
Yes.
Supi, before we begin, let me take a moment to introduce about you. Mrs. Supaporn Prachumpai is the Managing Director of Royal Sikh Holiday Co. Ltd. and Country Lakes Co. Ltd. and serve as a Secretary General of the Asian Ecotourism Network with degree from Chulalongkorn University and Middlebury College, USA. She has held prominent roles in tourism, including president and vice president of TIATA, and contribute as advisor and consultant in ecotourism and creative economy development. We are thrilled to have you with us, Konsupi. Well, Konsupi, the time is yours.
Yeah. สวัสดีค่ะ Thank you for introducing me. So good morning, everyone in this room, and thank you to be here to um, share knowledges and see what's going on and what's new in Asian country. So I would like to share my slides. Okay. Oops, I hope it's working. Yes. So we are talking today about carbon neutral tourism in Thailand. This I like to share with you. Not all the calculation of carbon footprint and much detail about all the figures and numbers, but it is to share you what we are doing and what we have done and what we are doing from the past to now to combat the climate change. And also our AEN member has already witnessed what we have done last year in the annual general meeting. So why carbon neutral tourism? The tourism sector in Asia generates substantial carbon emission, largely driven by transportation and accommodation. So globally, transport-related emission from tourism accounted for 5% of man-made carbon dioxide emission in 2016, with this figure expected to rise to 5.3% by 2030. So of this emission, tourism transport contribute approximately 22% of all transport-related emissions. So in Asia, where tourism is growing rapidly, the sector's carbon footprint is significant, but exact figures vary by country and study methodology. Thailand, we have now, the same number as before COVID time with about 40 million tourists in this month. So it's going to be more. So there is a lot of carbon emission in the tourism that we have to combat. And so I'll go next. The carbon dioxide emission from tourism activities shall be
calculated, reduced, and removed, then offset of all remaining emission by credible carbon credit. That's what our goal. In this slide, you will see that AEN and the TITA are working together with many organizations to combat this carbon emission and to get to the carbon neutral tourism. It is a national policy that every organization are aiming at the same goal to combat with the carbon emission, to reduce it, and also to offset. And the highest goal is to go to the net zero carbon in 2065. So that's not really near. The way how we work in Thailand, I would like to say that it is quite a success innovation project. Cannot be successful without the research funding from our government organization, the Thailand Research Fund, and also the program management for the competitiveness of the country. Besides, another very important organization that we work together on this project is the TGO. The TGO is Thailand Greenhouse Gas Organization. So they are very knowledgeable for how we can combat it in the activities and how we can measure it and the methodology development. So this is very important. And also the other organization besides this is the DASTA, which is Designated Area for Sustainable Tourism Development in Thailand. And TITA is our main partner, is the Thai Ecotourism and Adventure Association authorities, with a very close partner of AEN in this issue. A success cannot be reached without a great cooperation of all stakeholders in the tourism industry as a national policy that we have driven for since 2012. So you see here, 8 organizations we have signed an MOU, initiative organization, in September 2021. I have mentioned about the TGO, the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, the Thailand Science Research and Innovation, who supported the carbon neutral development project in tourism. The PMCU is also the same, different under the different ministries, but also the research, the academic side. We work a lot with the academia and funded by the government. TAT is the Tourism Authority of Thailand, who is responsible for marketing and promotion of sustainable tourism in the country. DASTA, I have already mentioned, Designated Area for Sustainable Tourism Administration, and TSET is for MICE industry. The others are Thai Chamber of Commerce, TITA, and another, the last but not least, is Tourlink, which is supported by the EU, also partly to promote the sustainable tourism in Thailand. These are 8 organizations that have signed an MOU in 2021 and worked very seriously together in the same direction for carbon neutral tourism in Thailand. So I have mentioned about the research project that Thailand Carbon Neutral Tourism have been developing since many years. So started in 2021, the first project is in Nan. This project enabled us to find a way how to measure carbon footprints in tourism. So after the project has finished, we have the measurement methodology of Thailand. Because in many countries, you might like to also follow this model, but what you need is also to have your own measurement methodology of the country, which are different from country to country. In 2022, we have continued the project from Nan province as the first destination for the methodology. We comes to the carbon neutral tourism product development. So after we have the measurement methodology to measure the tourism activities, how much carbon footprint or emissions in each activity, that we have it. This is a more or less scientific way of measurement, which is a bit complicated, but we try to be able to measure by ourselves and not only by the scientific ones. That will help us to, in the tourism industry, like I'm a tour operator, so I can calculate my own carbon emission by using the methodology. The project has been expanded in 2022 under also research projects, which last until 2027, it's another 2 years. In Krabi, in Phuket, in Surat Thani, Nakhon Pathom, and Samut Songkhram. These are the destinations that should apply the methodology of carbon measurement, and also using the existing product to be adjusted. Why Krabi, Phuket, and Surat Thani, and this because they are the main destination of tourism, where the most tourists are in the southern of Thailand. So this is the way how we can combat with climate change to reduce the carbon emission, using the existing program, tourist program in the destinations, to adjust it using the methodology that we have developed. Last year, 2023, it has been expanded to another regions, all 5 important regions of Thailand, the whole country. We do the carbon neutral tourism product testing and developing. This is the steps. So, sorry, I think I have to minimize this. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm not very good in this share. Sorry. I lost my page. How to do it? Dinda, help me. Maybe it's my page is away, so sorry, I try to get it back.
And
Here. I think I minimize it.
Okay.
Okay, apologize for this because I'm really not good in this technique. One moment. I see it. I lost my page. How to do it? I couldn't see my page. The slides. Okay, did you let me go? Did you see the page, Dinda? Did you see the page?
Yes,
The
Miss
slide?
Point. Yeah, we can see clearly.
But okay, but I cannot have my slides now. Speakers, Gary. I don't know what's wrong. Just a second, please.
Do you want us to help you to share these slides?
Yeah, maybe please. It's better. Yeah, because I lost this on my page. Sorry.
Give us a minute, please.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone.
Can you stop share Prachumpai screen, Mr. Kamaru? Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So please come to, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I overcome this page. Please back to the first page, please, maybe. Okay, back. Yeah. I found to find a picture of Masaru. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. We have concluded that the 4 major emission sources from tourism activities is very important to be measured. So if we want to start to do a low carbon tours, we have to consider the 4 major emission sources to be reduced. The transportation is the most carbon emission in the tourism, with over like 50% transportation. And also the accommodation is playing about 20 to 30%, depend on the category of the hotel. The more luxury hotel is the more carbon emission. So up to the homestay, this for the community-based tourism is very good that they are the least carbon emission in the category. Food and beverage play a very big role, because imagine about you have like big buffets and a lot of food waste. So it is also an imported food, for example. So food and beverage is very important also in the touristic operation to reduce it, and also to focus on the local food that you don't have to transport from afar and across from the mainland to islands, for example. And the waste management is the waste from tourism that will be also considered and measured. So this will be all 4 major factors to be measured to get a carbon footprint figures that we can reduce and also offset. Next, please. So this is what I have said before. There are 4 steps of carbon neutral tourism that we have achieved and found in research work. This is a conclusion that first step, we have to measure the carbon footprint. This is the most complicated things for like a tour operator, the hotel, and all stakeholders to do, because it's more or less scientific figures. The point is, the project try to simplify this process to make it as easy and simple as possible, that everyone can measure the carbon footprint of the activity. After we have the figures of each activities, then we start to reduce the decarbonization. How to reduce? If you are like a tour operator, you have a route, and a program. So you have to really go into details about the distance of driving, if you're doing around, or you just make the shortest way to reduce the emission from the transportation, or to change the mode of transportation. Instead of a private car for 2-person, you maybe in a bus with 20%, then it will be less per head. And also to use alternative transportation, which is like train, bicycle, boat, paddle, or any activity that have less emission of the carbon dioxide. So, or reduce the food. Instead of big buffet, we gonna have like a local food, each at the amount that the tourists can consume without any waste left. After we reduce everything, these 4 elements, there's the transportation, the accommodation, food, and the waste. Then we offset the rest, what we cannot really do. Because in every activity, there will be anyway the carbon emission less or much or more. The last process is to communicate, because as a tour operator, as a hotel, as the transportation companies, in order to create awareness to your customers, to the public, it is important to communicate what we have found, how it's to do, and why we have to do it. So these are the 4 steps that the research work has concluded. And also now we are in the stage of communication also, because Tita and ourselves, and on behalf of AEN, we communicate this to the organization abroad at ITB, WTM, and so in every occasion that we can do, and also to all the organizations in the country. We have our 8 MOU, 8 organizations, and through this network, we communicate also to their members. So now this is the 3rd year that the research project went to share and communicate these activities and the findings with the stakeholders, international at ITB, the WTM, and also Roadshow and the Thai embassies. Next, please. Okay. So carbon footprint assessment, we collect from 4 categories, as I have been talking about: transportation, accommodation, food and beverage, and waste. So we will calculate the quantitative data to get how much it is, weight, how many kilograms. And the emission we calculated by TTV data multiplied by emission factors. There will be like standard emission factors in the industry that we use the same one in Thailand. Everyone has these emission factor standard, the figures, how much that to find out the carbon emission. I will not to get much in detail, but what I like to express here is it is a collaboration of every organization concerning or responsible for tourism in the country as the same goal. We cannot do it without the academia, also the scientific side, like TGO, and all the association, the private sectors. We involve community-based tourism into this program. So, and also the mice business, mice industry is the one that create the most carbon emission, because they come like thousands of taxes on, this is the consuming and many things. So this is the way how Thailand successfully developed this project together. Next, please. I would say that we could have another session for carbon footprint measurement and all the figures, and the PCR, which is the very important. It's a kind of the PCR is the emission factor is EF, and the PCR is is the product category rules that we use in the measurement of the carbon footprint. So you see here we have 9 steps to go to reach the net zero pathway. We have the first step is joint network. After developing and creating the methodology and also the commitment to reduce the carbon emission, we join a network. The TITA is joining the network, the 8 organization, and plus that reached in every organization in the country to go in the same way. We have learning meeting. We also organize Zoom and also learning class and training for any tour operator who wants to join in, and the hotel. So it is kind of, let's say, free training, because it's supported by the government, supported by the budget of the research, Thailand Research Fund. This is part of the research work, which is not only just in the paper, but it's kind of active projects. excessive research project that aim for a cooperation of everyone. We start to reduce waste from the fossil fuel, electricity, for everything. So this is the third step, to separate waste and to reduce waste. Every trip, every meetings, we will weight the waste that left from the activities, any activity concerning tourism and also meetings, conference. We have baseline evaluation. That means everyone does not matter. It's not only for any scientific person or the TGO. Everyone can access their own carbon footprint using the tools and methodology developed under the research project, and also the support from other organizations together. So we put a cooperation and commitment not only for the funding, but also action. The fourth level, we understand ourselves already. So everyone has to have their own like baseline evaluation of the carbon footprint they have from the operation and from their products. To improve the climate literacy, to understand the climate change, is a lot of training going on. And the next step is low carbon tourism. I didn't show the slide. This is the first one that AEN has worked together with DASTA. DASTA is a Thai governmental organization responsible for the sustainability development of destinations in designated area. And they are our close partner. Since 2016, developed the low carbon holidays on Gomak Island. So we started with low carbon tourism because at that time, we still don't have this assessment, we still don't have these tools, and we still don't have this methodology of measurement, how to do it by ourselves. We have to rely on the academic and rely on TGO and the others to do it, which just takes too much time. But the low carbon tourism was in a phase that it started, the starting phase. The next phase is the zero carbon app. I will show you later. We have an app on a mobile nowadays from this project that Linda, Masaru, and Albert and all you can measure your own carbon footprint while traveling in Thailand. This app you can have on your mobile. It will be about 4 factors that I mentioned about. We're going to have the transportation, the distance, and how much the emission we have that. We have also the emission from the hotel we choose. If you stay in 2-star hotel, they have already a standard. We can have like a standard numbers and figures of what is of the carbon emission for the hotel, and food, and also the waste. This is the 4 things. So yeah, the zero carbon app is available. And then we are having the Thai EU PCR tourism. This is quite, to work only in the country is not enough. It has to be also recognized and accepted by international and the market. The market in Thailand that we work together very closely is the EU. So we work together with the international organization like Kamakal, which is one organization that partner of Life, to be recognized the standard and assessment and also the measurement methodology that we have developed. So we work together, we compare, and then we create a tools that everyone accepted that is fine, because each country is different. Even though in Asian country, our members, must have your own methodology of this carbon footprint measurement, because we use different tools. Like in Thailand, we have tuk-tuk, but Malaysia maybe don't have tuk-tuk, or it's different, or the boat, everything. So every country must have their own methodology, develop their own methodology of the assessment. So the highest point is that the net zero pathway. This is still under development and still funded by the Thailand Research Fund until 2027. We are now at this stage, still developing. So I will share to you later, maybe after 2027 when we got it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I cannot do it. Okay. So how can we promote our tours abroad? Because Thailand, as I said, with 40 million tourists. So we work together with tour operators. I'm tour operators, and the Association of Thai Ecotourism are also tour operators and hotels. So under this project, we developed several programs and packages to offer to tourists, keeping in mind that the process has also to aware of the experience the tourists will have. So it doesn't mean that we don't allow the tourists to eat like a buffet or lack of their experience and feel that they have to sacrifice too much to save the world. With this in mind, so we try to take the existing packages and develop it with the concept that we work together and using the methodology to measure and try to reduce until we can reduce it. But the people won't feel that much that they have to sacrifice their comfort. Because to be green, you know that in the food level category, the lowest carbon emission is the vegan and or vegetarian. So we cannot force everyone to be vegetarian to reduce the carbon footprint. But what we do is we try to promote the concept of using the local material and in the destination. So to reduce the carbon footprint is to be an eco-friendly alternative to traditional tours. Means the tour is still going on. You can still go to the floating market, but it will be developed in a different way at the back, that you don't feel that you are doing a low carbon tour, but it's our work, it's our responsibility to create a tour with the reduction of carbon emissions. And travelers who choose this form of tourism actively participate in efforts to combat global warming while still enjoying the convenience and pleasure of travel. This is the key. Yes, next please. We have now about 230 programs around Thailand with the low carbon methodology. So you see the smartphone application. This is a dream before a few years ago, that I can do my own calculation on my trip. Anyone can do it on your trip. So everyone now, we have this zero carbon app in our mobile phone that you can calculate by yourself. This is applicable for Android and iOS. So it's very good and it's quite popular now. We have already launched it for 1 year, and at the moment, about 4,000 people using this to calculate, and we got also the data of the calculation, and it will be also baseline for our next project. Yes. So please, next. Yeah. So we're talking about the tour packages for tourists. These are the things that we use is reduce or refuse single-use plastic. This is always the way how to reduce the waste from tourism, the single plastic, then by providing like refillable bottles and also station to refill waters. Promote and create awareness among tourists to use it. Reduce food waste. There will not be anything left. So the best is that to have like a set menu for the food instead of big buffet. To reduce general waste, there will be no waste on traveling, or less as much as possible will be also waste. Electricity usage, local dishes, local menu, and reusable things, support green transportation, community-based tourism, tourism green accommodation, for example. We have Thailand Tourism Award every year, every 2 years, for example, and this is also the criteria of the judge how to audit the audit of the destination and communities that they follow this. And also plant trees is the way how to create the carbon credit and the carbon handprint and offset all emission by not buying from abroad, but TGO offer local projects like tree planting and many others environmental friendly projects that we can offset it by supporting this project by offset it with the Thailand Greenhouse Gas Organization. So everything will be in the country, and we promote more and more carbon handprint project now, and communicate to customer and supplier. This is a very important thing. So I hope I didn't take much of your time, but this is what we are doing, have done, are doing, and we will are going to do in the next few years. It is an ongoing project. We are lucky that we have organization or funding organization and also co-funding from the other organization to make this activities like successful. And everyone also use this. It's not only just a project that we create some tools, but nobody using. But it is a commitment of all the organization that involved in tourism now are using it. So when you travel, you can offset. We will have to write down how much carbon footprint you have created on this trip, and we have to also work with the TGO to offset it. That is okay. So I had a big the key success of Thailand. So I think that we have gone through many experiential experiments and also learning, knowledge sharing, and training. The key success of our carbon neutral tourism development is we must have common methodology of carbon emission measurement for the country. This is the first step. The first step, like we do. A collaboration, commitment, and co-funding of all stakeholders responsible in carbon neutral tourism development with an MOU. Because the government people and the other organization, the people come and go. You have to have an MOU for organization to organizations. This will stay, and this will be also committed by anyone who come later. Like, okay, association, we have 2 years terms. A government, they have 4 years terms. So without an MOU, we cannot do it sustainably. And make it simple as much as possible. The simplification of carbon emission measurement methods and tools to be easily accessed and used by the public for carbon emission measurement and offsetting. These are the 3 key success of our carbon neutral program in Thailand. So thank you very much. I hope it's not too complicated. Okay, this is showing the program that we have now in the 236 activity packages that we created in around the country. So tourists now can book this program and with the tour operators and also community-based tourism in Thailand. There is a list in the website of the station of TITA that you can find. And so to select your own green destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kunsupi. Can we give a big applause to Kunsupi? It's really insightful and inspiring presentation. Well, Kunsupi, in Indonesia, we have same like tuk-tuk, we call that bajai, and also we have a water transportation. And for Indonesia, this year, we are ASEAN Ecotourism. During our AGM, Annual General Meeting, we host a session of the carbon neutral tourism in Bangkok. It was January. Following the session, we conducted on the site field tour led by AEN board members, also Tiada, Mr. Nipatpong, it was such a great experience to learn about the
Mhm.
carbon neutral tourism. And during the activity, a total is 840 kilogram CO2 it was recorded. So yeah, we are really happy. Hopefully, next year's we can open carbon neutral tourism training for anyone, Konsupi.
Yes,
Right.
today I have to give a big applause and credit to our AEN board member in Thailand, Kun Nipat Kun Ta,
Yeah.
because for me, I'm more in the marketing side and also supporting, but for the calculation and for the hard work that we have successfully done nowadays is Kun Ta, is our AEN board member, and Tita also vice president and
Yep.
also the whole team of Tita. So I have to give the big credit to all the work they are doing and they have done. So we at the ITB this year
Mhm.
and also to communicate more, not only now, just let them know what we're doing, but also to offer what we have done to support the suppliers and the stakeholders in tourism industry that they give that effort to reduce the carbon emission in their activities. So it has to be also continuing. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then, as I said,
Perfect.
yeah, the training, the best
Yep.
person who can do all the training with all the figures, the calculation. So it's Kunta.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think for next session, we will have him to give you more picture in the PCR, in the emission like factors, everything that will be like the numbers. It's a bit complicated, but it is now much more easier than before. When we and AEN did together our low carbon holiday project with DASTA in 2016, we just have a low carbon, but we cannot measure by ourselves. There is no measurement methodology. But now everything's ready to
Okay,
go.
perfect. Perfect.
Ah,
We can wait to try it soon when we will go to Bangkok soon, okay? Wait for me,
yeah.
Konsupi, and wait
See
for
you
us.
in Bangkok. Thank you,
Okay,
Ka.
well, carbon neutral tourism is not just an ethical application, but also a strategic opportunities to redefine the tourism industry's role in the global sustainability. Well, thank you very much, Konsupi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready as we set off to our next vibrant destination, Indonesia. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Ari Suhandi from Indonesia. Hello, Mr. Ari.
Hello, Dinda. Can you hear
Yeah,
me okay?
yes, perfect. So, Mr. Ari will take us on a deep dive into sustainable practice in rural tourism and partnership with conservation organization. Before we begin, Mr. Ari, let me take a moment to introduce you. Mr. Ari Suhandi is the founder and director of the Indonesian Ecotourism Network in Decon since 1994 fifth, and the vice chair of the ASEAN Ecotourism Network. Since 2022, he has also been a board member of the Global Ecotourism Network. As a passionate ecotourism leader since 1987, Ari has extensive hands-on experience in destination and community-based tourism development, as well as a customer-driven product development. Mr. Ari has worked on ecotourism projects across nearly all provinces of Indonesia and led initiatives for international organizations such as UNWTO, UNESCO, and Conservation International. He has also advised Indonesia's Ministry of Tourism and the Director General of Nature Conservation and Ecosystem at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to advance ecotourism and community-based tourism. We are absolutely delighted to have you with us, Mr. Ari. Your expertise and contribution to ecotourism are truly inspiring. The time is now, and we can wait to hear your insight, Mr. Ari.
Thank you very much, Linda. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Hi, Asia. It's really honored to be here, sharing our experience from Indonesia. Let me share my presentation first. So can you see that? Everyone can see? Okay.
Yes, we can see. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Kazu, Miss Suvi. This is very great presentations. I think my presentation will be continuing for both issues, which is more practices on the ground. This is about our institution that's in the CON since 1995. Is mentioned by Dinda. It's a non-profit organizations, but we are dedicated to practice on the sustainable use and cultural resource through the ecotourism. So for us, ecotourism as tools and find a way in the methodology and etc. to prove it that people can maintain their resources sustainably. And this is our footprint. And talking about the carbon footprint, it is a big challenge for us in Indonesia, especially in the as a continental countries. And that's why in the con we have the policy that every project, every staff playing, so we calculate our own carbon and then we offset in one of our network place. So as we all know that Indonesian is a very huge, is more than 1,300 tribes all over Indonesia, and more than close to the 1,800 islands all over Indonesia. It's a huge challenge for sure. It's talking about the sustainable tourism development in Indonesia, but on the other hand, which is actually the approach of community-based tourism is really essential for us. So yes, Dinda, we almost working all in the big island of Indonesia and almost even in a small island in Indonesia. Please note everyone that the sustainable tourism is focused on the management of the destination is the most important. Then in the management in the terrestrial area and the coastal or marine area is totally different. In the marine area is the most difficult because they are open access, while in the terrestrial area is actually can be managed much easier, since if you are controlling the access. So the institutional development this time I will talk about the community-based tourism, which is, I believe, a lot of the ASEAN countries also practicing on the community-based tourism. Then we believe also that everybody already have in the same page, which is community-based tourism is owned, managed, and operated by local communities. And it is emphasized that emphasis of sustainability, community participation in the process, and also preserving the local tradition, cultures, and natural resources. That the most I think important to be put it in our heads. So then we have the same page for the next discussion. In this case, Indecon has been almost 29 years right now, and we have so many different types. I can say that there is no approaches. There's one approaches that can be replaced for any kind of uh, destination of community base in Indonesia, because there are very different cultures, different characters. So adjusted of the main core approach is important. So the challenge in the community-based tourism most likely is the high cost for the culture preservations. This is, we met with so many places, especially in remote area, in the where the community have a very difficulty to continue to preserve their cultures, because the cost is quite high. While on the other hand, because of the climate change, most of their crops is sometimes is disturbed with the bad weathers. So those is already impact to the preserving of cultures. Second is the poor documentation on the cultures and traditions. That is a chance for us as well in during our facilitating the community to do the documentation. The third is decreasing interest of a younger generation on the culture of preservation. So if we go to the more remote area, just most likely we found the old peoples and middle to the old people just stay there, and then those is that's the most challenge for us to helping. So enjoy the pictures. On the left side is in the forest. Both this side is all in the forest during our preservation, giving back the cultures through many kind of method. And next challenge is also if we entering using tourism as a tools or ecotourism as a tools, then we found out the weak of human resources on tourism services is quite high, poor in packaging of tourism product, poor in management of tourism attractions, distribution of benefit, managing negative impact of tourism of their cultures and natures. So usually they are just autodidact, is they are born by themselves and learning by themselves, and then they do it directly without so many guidance. So in this case is the presence of the institution like us, like Indecon, helping facilitating local community it's really needed. It's very important. So I just want to, before I entering the one of our best practices that I want to show you today is I would like to inform that the talking about the value traditional knowledge, the story of the history of village, the local wisdom is important part of the preservation, as well being also high value for interpretations tourism. So when we end drawings, we always document it since the beginning. So usually the process took us quite sometimes 6 months to 1 years at least to knowing better about the communities, together with them talking and identifying all the values what they have, and in the same times is actually also transferring the knowledge to them about how that tourism impact, the negative impact of tourism. And if we agree to get tourism as a tools, then they should be aware about the negative impact as well. So then, since then, we're talking about how to mitigate the impact. and how important the local institution, how important the system to manage the tourism. So those is a foundation for local community to know not only about economic point of view, but they should be talking about how to preserve the asset of tourism. In this case, it's most likely the cultures and the natures of local community, what they have. So some traditional knowledge is also been preserved in for generation, can be practices with tourists to become the most valuable experience to tourists. This is what also we're looking for. Again, it's not easy. It's a huge challenge to identification this.
Let's invite Miss Sarah, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Tourism can be a tools in this case to preserve the cultures or even natures by documenting, rewriting traditional knowledge. In some cases that we found, if you look the pictures on the ground, every project that we have, we try to identify it very carefully, talking with them, and then writing a book to on the right side, you see the table book, the gardens, the forest garden by the Sungai Utik in the West Kalimantan, which is they are preserved their own forests and then also just been recognized by the IUCN for guarding the carbons for more than I think it's more than 1,000 tons that they get it. So it's documentation is a part. On the other hand, and we use also for interpretation for the local people. And this is the man from Papuan and the pictures on ground. That's is he can calling the bird. If you can you see that his sound, it's not a bird sound, but he calling the bird of paradise. So then we can see it. That's a huge value. That's value that we always learning and we transfer next step. And his followers, the youngest generation, is already started to become open a new destination for coaching. Just got an award from the national Ministry of Tourism. So the value of traditional knowledge is really high. So then, in this case, you should also value from the economic point of view is not lower. The problem is sometimes the community itself or our own self is degraded the value and then give it the very low value for tourism. So this is our approach, which is, as I mentioned before, there's one approach cannot be just replicate like that in every site. We need to adjust it. We need to adapt it with their own characteristics, local characteristics, and situation. So 5 pillars, but not sequence done. We are overlaps to do it. So like during the village tourism planning, we always did it for more than almost 6 months at the minimum, and then 1 year sometimes. It depends on how large the village is. Very slow, and then in the same times again it's a capacity building. So we are not coming in as an expert. What we are coming in as a facilitator for local community to understand their own villages, their own resources, to knowing more on the what's good to be, what is cannot do, and you can do. So do and don'ts for outsiders is important before we started tourism. The key parameter is common consensus along the process. high appreciation of the process itself. So we bring in, even though the issue of what do you call it? Jealousy and etc. is always happen, but that is a part of dynamic in the process of tourism. So on the right side for the local economic, we starting, if we start to create the product and tourists coming in, we calculate the numbers of tourists. Once the number is sufficient enough to be labeled as a market, then we continue working on the craft product and or the agricultural based product. So then the process itself become the tours, but the product itself become a goods that can be sold for the to the tourists. So those process is just really working very well, but you should carefully not starting since the beginning. If there is no tourist, usually then community can say, I'm just practicing, but it's no tourist coming. So it's important to calculate the number of tourists showing the in here. So now I want to sharing the best practices, but I took from the coastal one, which is related to what the Kazu talking about, and as well as Kun Supi for the first and the second speakers. So the good practices is from CMC Tigawarna, which is the coastal. It's been destroyed in during our the ASEAN, or at least in during the Indonesia economic crisis in 1999, 1999, 1998, 1999. Is the environments become a victim in the time. Almost illegal the illegal logging, illegal cutting is, and here is all the mangrove that been cut, and almost close to the 100 hectares, and convert to the fish pond. But the fish pond itself is filled due to the a lot of mud coming down to the from the landslide and etc. to the beach. And the total area is 117 hectares, which is consisting of 71 hectares of 77. That one is supposed to be 77 hectares of mangroves, 10 hectares of coral reef, 6 hectares of the protected area. So we just there is a local champion, Mr. Sabtoyo, and his daughter Lia Putrinda, who's starting planting back the mangrove, the restorations. That is started in 2006 and until 2011, 2012. And then afterwards, we tried to look at starting tourism in 2014, actually, not, it's only 10 years right now. It's managed by the local people right now. Is about 110 people directly involved to manage this area destination. And what they do is planting, and planting. So then the mangroves, about 77 hectares, is back to revitalize. And in terms of tourism, in the beginning in 2014, they started by minimizing the people coming by because they are more worried about their own plant, their own baby seedling. But during 2014, 2015, they learned a lot, that the impact of garbage, the impact of the impact to the baby seedling is quite high. Then they stop it, and then they try to think, and then we met with the East Java Ecotourism Forum and Indecon, and then we tried to settle the system together with them. And we have a reservation system. That's the first one. The second, together in partnership together with the university, we calculate the carrying capacity in every. They have about 6 beaches, but we just opened 4 beaches for tourism. The 2-4 is a bit high risk to be open in terms of management, and then we working on the database first in terms of the biodiversity, in terms of the carrying capacity in every site, and then we try to develop tours and imply the system. The system first is we are doing the reservation system that for sure to minimizing the impact and number of visitors in one site. This is you are very easy to reject tourists behind the phone rather than if they are already show up in front of your door. So reservation system, and then followed by the quotas system. So the quota system, every beaches is very different. At maximum, we are only using a 50% of the total carrying capacity of that beaches. So the plus, this is the most important, they did the checklist before touristing or leaving the area. The checklist for check your belongings voluntarily, to check the plastic or potential plastic that you want to littering the area. Guided educational tours, and this is what I learned a lot from them. They close every Thursday to give the natures to rest, but in the same times is also preparing for the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday that the most usually people come. And then this is very interesting. They are closed every -3 or -3 and +3 of the. In a Muslim, we are a Muslim country. It's a huge of the Idul Fitri is the Eid Mubarak. During the Eid Mubarak or starting fasting, and also in the Eid Mubarak, as well as the December 24 to the January 3rd. Usually they're closing and then open again at the January 4. So this is the most visited. This is a high season for tourists, for domestic especially, but they are closed. The reason is they are really don't want to calculate. We are calculating cost and benefit to managing the impact from the tourism. On the other hand, actually, this is what I learned also a lot from them. They want to give the quality of time to the staff during the Idul Fitri, or even though in the Christmas and during the New Year time. So they say the people have a right to get the quality time with the family in that time. So that's a quite deep lesson learned that I get it. And also the waste checking list is the checking list is the first time I taught them that based on my experience, usually it's a very difficult during the people living the area. They're always debating about where is the people. So, I learned a lot. They put it here, the 4 or 5 women to be on the area of on the living area before tourist living area. So the moms asking to the old tourists about where is your garbage. So this is psychologically it's really learning a lot. This psychologically is a good because there is no young man or woman can breathe enough with the old woman. So this is the power of moms, the power of woman. We call in Indonesia the power of mama. So zoning system is a very important. So we put it about 500 meters the parking lot before entering the beach. So people walk, and this is more giving a space for the people, and also manage easy to maintain to manage of the crowds. So with in every side, the tracking is also we make it a very simple path, but the guide together with them. So it's because a guided tours in here. So here is the carbon stock that's been mapping by university from the UGM, University of Gajah Mada, Jogja. This is in collaboration with the site. And with the different species, they're calculating the stock carbon in here. It's in total is about 3,856 for 46.3 hectares. You can see from the bottoms. So this is ton metric is already supported by community in this case. So the the topic, the partnership is a very important. The many topic is more than 100 topics. It's been researched in here. So we selected all the research, which is even though is also not only is even the doctoral research in here that also support us in the management. Yeah. So here is the partnership, which is we say that is one of the key success because every partners they have their own strength. So we use that. The good result from every study, for instance, then we took it and then we asked the researchers to presentation in front all the stuff, and then how that we implement that. This is direct. You can see down here is already all a lot of university. On the right side is the NGOs down below, and then the media, and then the central government on the right side top, and then the CSR for the here you can see the oil company and the others from the Indonesians is also, and the private as well. So all is coming in. We are open the arm, and then, but not repeating like a study. If there's been done the topic, we ask them to change the topic. So the partnership for the with the conservations organization is very important, especially to minimizing the impact, to mitigate and the monitoring the negative impact of the tourism activity. So then we can calculate. Ideally, it's actually in every site. It's supposed to be have a scientific board destination. A scientific board then calculate the monitoring system. So then from that monitoring, you can adjust the management. So here, after 17 years, I think, finally this year, we the turtle coming back and the scientific groups coming in, and then we doing the new research for the turtle. So that's one the happiness time for the local community. This is a number of tourists and number of economy and number of finance that they receive. So they maintains the numbers based on the carrying capacity of the area as well as number of the staff what they have.
51 soil associations, and these associations represent distinct group of soil.
Okay. So here is my research, my own research with the CMC, which is if you using the Butler models, actually the during the stagnancy during the growth, the stagnancy level that I call the carrying capacity limit, they just only use the 50% of it, and so then the critical range in here is still far away below in here. They are still in the involvements program. If you look the progress of the mangrove on the red one, with the progress of the tourism itself, is actually we are in the strategy, we are using tourists as an agent to make the plantation faster. So we are not asking for the offset, but we are asking every single tourist is already calculated is a one plan at minimum. So and then we offering again for the offset. This place has been chosen by Ministry of Tourism as one of the 5 pilot project site as the carbon offset site. So if you come to the Indonesian minister's website, so there are the carbon calculator there, and they will come up with the 5 sites in Indonesia then where you can offset your carbon. So including soon there will be close with the airlines. We're still working on that. So in every Indonesian airline, it can be also replicate the carbon system. For that system, it's a very interesting and still ongoing process. The interpretation is one that very important. The guide license is also important. So this is my research, asking 100 of the visitors, and then usually people say the ASEAN is difficult to control, but here is proven that even Indonesians, the locals, can be they can be a good behaviors if you have a good policy, and the same times is also enforce the policy. So they are really enforce the policy, because if you lose one plastic, it's 100,000 rupiah. So it's around $7 or something US dollars. So here on the right side is the process of the people being asked for their potential garbage, and then they sign the commitment to bring it back. And the tourists bring it back, all the plastic, and the plastic is being managed by the communities and replicate and been used, and that is another additional income. Okay, so this is all that you can read it carefully. So another things that also very interesting to look over is actually the knowledge behind of the stuff itself, because all the stuff in here is actually before as a illegal loggers, or sometimes they are also not. Yeah, it's the people who are working it very rough on the uh, in the what do you call it, in the harbor or something. So then in here is the motivations is they like to be motivated as preserving the natures, and then before they joining CMC, do they knowing about tourism? Most likely 78% is they don't know this about tourism, and they learn about the tourism management in here in the CMC. And the very interesting also, what change have you had after joining the CMC? This is very interesting. It's a become a better person, because it's a lot of good story during this process, and the good thing is they are proud to be part of the CMC, and at the same times also they are sharing their experience and knowledge to the other people surrounding the villages. So this is distribution of mangrove, which is the value, economic value. We already calculate with the expert is 4,084 billion rupiahs. So it's quite high. So that's it, Dinda. I think this one is another project actually. If you want to watching for 1 minute, this illegal loggers become the ecologing people ecologing. I give you only 3 minutes. This is another story.
Yes.
We have so many.
Okay. Yeah, you can play it, Mr. Ari. But we cannot hear the voice, Mr. Ari.
Oh, sorry. I stopped then. Sorry. Okay, I think that's for my presentation. Hope it's useful. Thank you very much, Dinda. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we give a big applause to Mr. Ari? Such a great presentation. Wow. Oh, I can't believe that all the three speakers for the session one is really, really great. We learn a lot from them. And Mr. Ari, it's really interesting when you share us about the CMC. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I think, okay, I believe that tourism management system at the CMC Tiga Warna offers a model that can be effectively replicated across our members country, only in Asian region, maybe across the world, because the strategies such as implementing reservation system, visitor quotas, manage tourist flow, and reducing the pressure of a fragile ecosystem. Schedule closures as a practice at CMC Tigawana, while can provide much need recovery time for natural environment. Really great. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we cannot wait to ask a really great question for our really great speakers. Without further ado, I sure there are plenty of questions for our speakers. Okay. Well, we have 3 questions for the each speakers. First, maybe because Mr. Ari here, Mr. Ari, we have a
Yes.
question, or later on, we have one question for Kunsupi and Kazusan. Okay, Mr. Ari, this is question for Malaysia, from Professor Vicky. How can rural tourism in Indonesia promote and share a cultural heritage with visitors in authentic way without commodifying or commercializing into the point of losing its true essence and meaning? This is a problem in many destinations. Okay.
Yes.
Before you answer, maybe Kunsupi and Kazusan can I can read the question you, and then after I answer it, and then Kunsupi and Kazusan can answer the question. Okay, for Kunsupi, from Malaysia, also from Professor Fikri Nair. How can smaller tourism operators with limited resources effectively adapt these measures on implementing low carbon tourism? And how can the Green Index framework be scaled to other Southeast Asian countries with varying capacities and challenges? Is it clear, Konsupi?
Yes, the second question, please. The first one I understand. I can,
Okay.
yes, say.
How can the Green Index framework be scaled to other Southeast Asian countries with varying capacities and challenges?
Mhm, mhm.
Okay.
Yes, okay. The
Next,
Green
thank you.
Index.
Next, a question for Kazu-san. Kazu-san, are you there? Mr. Kazu-san? Are you okay? Let me check. Mr. Kazu? Okay, where is Mr. Kazu? Okay, maybe I will let Mr. Ari to answer the question, please.
Thank you, Dinda. Thank you, Professor, for the questions. Fitness, Professor, thank you very much for the questions. Yes, this we've been the one. If you look from the cover of the project, is also one of our project there in Wairabo in Flores Island, East Nusa Tenggara. The key is actually before we are introducing the tourism, we need to giving a fully understanding about what is tourism to the local community, what is the impact, and then discussing a lot. That's why, as I mentioned in my presentation, it is took a long of process in the beginning, but that is a part of the key for sustainability. So it's the first process asking which one is taboo for people from outsider to enter of the area or the entering of the rooms or one of the let's say ceremony, which one is ceremony can be also people involved and etc. So that it should be done very carefully, not only because of the beauties of the dance and etc. Because but if that is sacred, so then better not to do it. So we're giving that most, and then second step is identifying details and then drafting as the interpretations. So as a story, so storytelling is an important in the cultural heritage side, or the one that a lot of if you saw it on the pictures is actually we came into a lot of remote area which where the culture is still intact, and we even more and more carefully. And based on that the interpretation with system how try to calculating the limitation. The main problem is actually come up from ourselves, the community itself, because human is always never enough, not limit to get more and more and more, while the environments is actually have their own limits. So then better in this case that we help them to set up the zoning system. Where is the area for tourism? So, and then the secondly is linking all the local activity, the existing local activity. You don't made it up. You just if they are a farmer, yes, come as a farmer. And then if veterinarians, they come to maintaining their own goats and etc. or pig, etc. I think the key is just from the tourist point of view, we need to setting the how to the local community communicate with tourists since the beginning, and how the information is delivered to tourists since the beginning. Like if you come to Wairabo, for instance, before you trekking up to the village, because to the village you need to trekking up to the forest, it's 2.5 hours. We already have code of conduct in there. Sorry, code of ethics for tourists in there. But then that is not enough. Before you entered, then is we setting up with the local people, is the young, especially young, they can telling the tourists how to behave in the village, and then what's the rules, and then guided them with a good story afterwards. So I think if you keep it that, so at least we minimizing the impact. Because if you use tourism as a tools, that actually impact is there, but how to minimize the impact, and then how to maximizing the benefit in the same time is also managing the positive way to balancing between the negative impact and the positive one in the village. So the key is also linking to other sectors like fisheries, or what agroforestry, what they have in there, and then don't turn all the people in tourism sectors, because that is also quite dangerous. So in this case, is you need to calculate costs and benefits of it, and then set up the system. Like in Wireable, we're setting up like in CMC, for instance, the one that we pass it is we have a 3 shift, so shifting for people. So also in the Wireable, they have a system with when the people is only, we took only about 1 or 2 days per week of the people in managing tourism.
Hello,
So
Mr.
that's
Ari.
thank you. Thank you, Dina. Can you hear me? Oops. Hello. That's
Hello?
Linda, are you there?
Dina, are you there?
We need to froze like that.
I think her line
Jennifer,
broke off.
I think Dina's off.
Yeah.
That is my
It's okay.
my answer, Professor. Maybe Kunsupi can continue.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much,
Linda's
Mr.
back.
Ari. Okay, sorry, I lost my
No
network.
problem.
Sorry.
I got the technical problem. So
Okay,
next
thank
is
you.
the questions. Okay. As I said that this project or research project is actually mainly it's come from the DITA is the association which comprising of SMEs, small entrepreneurs and small businesses. Also is involved also DASTA, which responsible for community-based tourism in Thailand, and they have a lot of knowledge. And this is actually designed for small business at the beginning, because it is like the tools that developed, as I said, it has been done so easy that everyone can use. It means that the levels of usage is not in the big industry or big companies or you need an investment, no. But the system try to cope with the small business and that they can use to measure the carbon emission in a simple way by using the app. Starting for the app is very easy because you have to they will ask you about the questions of transportation, what kind of transportation, how much, how far, and it will be calculated automatically in the system is already ready, and also for accommodation, for food, for whatever, for the waste. So it means that you just have to fill uh, the the factors, everything inside, and then we calculate it for you easily. Means that anybody can use, a single person can use, single tourist can use, community can use. And also, as I said, that we have 8 organizations working together. So each organization are different in their own size of business. Like DASTA is government organization, and they work with community-based tourism a lot. So they have customized also um, the tools to the level of the communities to adjust to make them more understand better and then can use it. It means that we have now more and more communities that committed to also low carbon and zero carbon process together with research work. So they're part of research work and they're also using it at the moment. And the research work also funding for the products testing and also create development to be more sustainable. That is the answer. So for us, like we're a small company, and we also can do it by work together with the greenhouse gas organization that they support all the training and also certificates for the zero carbon footprint or low carbon footprint. So this is the way how we work. That's why it is not possible to work only one DMO, but we have several DMO together that work in the different levels, like community-based tourism, or also small and medium enterprises like TITA, and also the mice industry. So the mice industry has developed also their own kind of PCR for mice business, which based on the emission factors that standardized by the Thailand greenhouse gas. It means that in any country that you like to follow this model, it's possible. But as I said, each country must develop their own also emission factors or methodologies, and this is very important. I think each country has the same as we have here at the greenhouse gas organization or any ministry that responsible for the greenhouse gas, and that's cooperation is needed between the greenhouse gas organization and also our own work or the DMOs like associations or even community-based tourism they can do. This is I think what is the purpose and also the target is that any can have this app or can have this methodology by if you want to go more in depth, because the app is like average that they cover each sources of emission. It is like maximize it. Like for example, if it just 200 tons, it can be the average they make it like higher to cover that. It not exactly, but if you want to have exacted, you need a PCR sheets that you have to calculate like each activity. It is also available. So there is a template for the PCR that anybody can have it. This is not only for the project or for the big business. So this come also together, like your next question is about the green index frameworks. So the step is what we have learned. That's why the step is just done from the experience, and the work is done since 2016 and until now. So this come the step. everyone can follow the same step because it's a step of process how we can get it. So as I said, the first step you need to have your own carbon emission methodology of your country adjusted from maybe like DASTA. DASTA have they're sharing this carbon low carbon methodology and also for community-based tourism that anyone can also access. And TITA also as a research work and also for the funder, they also trying to communicate. Communicate means that also that the others can follow this framework. The green index is similar, but as I said, it has to be customized from the activities of their own that vary a little bit. Like community-based tourism is more like okay on the food, accommodation, and they're different from like hotels. Hotel 2-star, 3-star, 5-star, they have different. This is the detail that we will have. I hope I have replied your question.
Thank you, Kunsupi. Yeah, you respond great. Is Mr. Kazu Arai here? Mr. Kazu? Hello, Mr. Kazu. Can I call him? We have one question for Mr. Kazu. Hello, Mr. Kazu. Okay. Okay. We have a last question, maybe from both of you during we waiting for Mr. Kazu. This is from the question from Angie, Malaysia. The question is primarily directed toward to destination management and tourism operator. So maybe Mr. Ari and Kunsupi can give some insight or um, you can answer or to give more explanation for the question. So the question is, how do members in country outside of Malaysia manage booking with rural operators who face challenges related to connectivity, such as a poor internet access or logistical issues. Additionally, how do they ensure these rural operators stay engaged and connected despite these challenges? Yeah. Again, maybe the question is primary direct toward to destination management and tourism operator. Can you answer it,
Yes.
Mr. Ari?
Thank you, Dinda. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Angie. It's a very good question. As you know, in Indonesia, we have 74,000 more villages, which is now, we've been in the last 4 years, is curation around 6,000 villages who are entering as using tourism as a tool in the village. So that is been conducted by Ministry of Tourism. We have a platform we call a network of the village tourism, which is right now is I think consists 6,016 of the villages of village tourism. So based on that, the government giving an award. On the other hand, if you're talking about the access of product and the tour operators bringing tourists entering their village, we have one of the online travel agents, OTA, who are dedicated for village tourism right now, which is in the last 2 years, I think the significant improve the number of economic value bringing into there so we can see it and control. That is also closely supported by the Ministry of Tourism itself. But on the other hand, the connectivity or logistically, I think that is the challenge. So it's but usually if you come up with a very good the uniqueness of the place, like the pictures that I show you on my page, the wearable, that's a very unique. Everybody wants to go there. Though the challenge is we working closely with the local government, slowly improve the infrastructures, and then to getting more close, but still in the controlling, limiting the numbers. How do we keep this operator engaged with the connected with the such of challenge? Yes, in terms of Indecon, for instance, I give my own experience. Indecon is a network, and every years we have the what we call the Indonesian Ecotourism Gathering, which is also involved voluntary. They come, we share the issues, we share the challenge, and also we share the market. So one of the key of the network is actually sharing the market, selling the promotion. In the same time, it's also market. This year we are just started to open a the linking to business to the customer directly. So last 2 weeks we have what do you call it? This open the product in Jakarta in one of the busiest mall in Jakarta, for instance, just for education, just to take a look at the engagement. So the network is also consists of the tour operator who are concerned with the local community. So it's for us is that's the link, that's the power of network actually. Linda.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ari. How about you, Kansupi?
Okay, for Thailand, we started to promote and develop the community-based tourism since many years, and we have also networks that provided by also the DMO or organization like DASTA, because DASTA, they really focusing on sustainability development in community-based tourism. That with the goals also like tourism as a tool to improve to enhance the economic and also the knowledge. And it should not be a tourism product, but it should be the how to say that it's not for really for business and for commercial purpose, but it should be a tool to develop the community themselves, creating a cooperation, working together, and the structure. So Ministry of Thailand, of Tourism of Thailand, and DASTA has created kind of standard of CBT in each destinations to cover all the destinations of Thailand, and we have over 1,000 communities in the networks, and they try also to provide like awards and for the communities when they are outstanding sustainability activities offered to the tourists. So with this award is one way to communicate also for the marketing side that the communities is connected with other organizations, not only for the normal tourism, but also in the MICE business. And also other organizations that involve shall connect with the communities when they have activities. We have like communities that work together very well with MICE organization. Like TCEP is a national MICE organization that there is one commitment that they will also use the service of the community in the MICE business. For example, welcome drink and many other products that they give it to the people on incentive travel, for example. And DASTA also have their own website that promoting the community-based tourism and all the village in each destination. You can search looking for when you're going to this province where you should go. And this is a way how we promote the CBT tourism in Thailand. Also, the hotel accommodation sector, we have the Thai Hotel Association, and there is also a campaign that the 5-star hotel, for example, in each destination, we connect with one communities that they or two or whatever they can connect and offer a tour from the hotel to the community tourism and working together with local tour operators, the smaller ones. So this is things that we have, and every year, because community-based tourism in Thailand is growing also from one project called OTOP development. I know OTOP, like in Japan, they have OTOP. In Thailand, we have also one district, one product. This is come from the to promote the handicrafts and also the products from the communities. And we have every year this big fair, and everyone who like to see the local products, handmade, whatever, they can come. And at this chance, the communities also offer like homestay and tour program and forever. So, and that's also have the standard for CBT in other level that to also cater not only the domestic but international tourists. So there's a lot of projects going on regarding CBT with networks and also the support from the government, different side from associations. We have like TITA, we have DASTA, we have several organizations. They are all also one of part of the 8 organization I mentioned in the low carbon holiday. And the community-based tourism also has been promoted with the low carbon concept. So now it's quite good. I mean, DASTA have the kind of standard that they communicate to the communities, and they do a lot of training and supporting, partly co-funding, so that they can offer to the market. And with the rewards, it's a very good program, because with these rewards, the people have the confidence to go and to support the activities in tourists. And when they have any meetings, whatever, for MICE, they will be also using the CBT and the area destination attraction as also one of the program for the participants. This is how we are doing in Thailand at the moment. So, and other communities who have not been yet in their like project or the programs, they have the website that providing the knowledge and standards and everything that everyone also can learn from it. And they also can do even the training if the budgeting or they're in the area of their designated areas, that will be quite easy to reach for the funding and also for the development tools, and the others can follow the same scheme for
Okay.
Thailand.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ari and Mrs. Supi. Unfortunately, at the moment, Mr. Kazu is unable to answer directly. I will send the question to him and we'll share his response with you later. Well, ladies and gentlemen, through this enriching webinar for the session, explore critical dimension of sustainable tourism that offer valuable lessons for addressing over-tourism, promoting carbon neutrality, and foresting partnership for a long-term impact. From Japan, overcoming over-tourism in Japan ecotourism site, this session highlight the importance of managing visitor numbers and flow to preserve the natural and cultural integrity of ecotourism destination by implementing structure system and carry capacity limit. Japan offers a model for balancing tourism growth with conservation. Next, carbon free tour in Thailand. Mrs. Supaporn Prachumpai provide an inspiring example of how knowledge, skill, and training can empower communities and stakeholders can adopt carbon neutral tourism practices, from renewable energy integration to reducing emission. This approach showcase how sustainability can be seamlessly integrated into tourism operation. And next, sustainable practices in the rural tourism and partnership with conservation organization, Mr. Arai. This session underscores the significance of collaboration between rural communities and conservation organizations. Such a partnership implies effort to protect biodiversity while promoting sustainable livelihood, proving that community involvement and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. So the most important thing is what we can learn is about collaboration action, education, and innovative strategies in shaping tourism system that balance environmental sustainability, community empowerment, and economic resilience. By drawing inspiration from these diverse best practices, we are um, better. I think it can be more be impactful future for global tourism. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a big thanks to our three amazing speakers for this outstanding presentation. Can we give applause to Mr. Kazu, Mr. Ari, and Mrs. Sufi? Your insight, expertise, and innovative approach to sustainable tourism have been truly inspiring. We are grateful for the valuable knowledge and practical strategies you have shared, which will undoubtedly help us shape a more sustainable future in tourism. Thanks you again for your dedication and impactful contribution to this work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Well, maybe I think we cannot wait for the next session, but ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 5-minute break and we will continue shortly. Please stay with us. We will soon provide your Google form that you are required to fill out to confirm your attendance and provide your full name for the e-certificate. Please ensure you complete it with accurate and up-to-date information, including your email. thank you very much. Well, we back again. Thank you for staying with us. Let's continue our journey to an amazing destination. We will go to Taiwan, India, and Malaysia, where we will hear from incredible speakers with a great insight. The ground rules still same. Each speaker will have 30 minutes for their presentation. Once all the presentation are complete, we will open floor for engaging question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we are excited to dive into the second session. So without further ado, let me take you to Taiwan. Let's warmly welcome our speaker, Mr. Yung Song Chen, to join us here.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mr.
I
Song.
want to
How
share
are
my
you?
PowerPoint, so
Yeah,
bear
Mr.
with me a while.
Mr. Song,
Okay. Yeah.
before you start, let me take a moment to introduce
Okay.
Mr. Song. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yung Song Chen, currently being an assistant professor and agriculture extension professor of National Yilan University in Taiwan, Department Biotechnology and of Animal Science. Mr. Yung Song joined Taiwan Ecotourism Association T since 2001 and as one of the founding members and currently elected as an executive director. Also on behalf of TT, Mr. Yung Song also as an AEN board member since 2018. Well, Mr. Yung Song, we are excited to hear your perspective. Now, the time is yours.
Okay, many thanks for Dinta's introduction. Everybody can hear me?
Yes,
Oh,
perfect.
good. Okay. I think it's great for me to share something online with you regarding the government and local administration support in protected areas. Actually, as Dinta said, I'm from the National Yilan University. I had a co-author, Professor Hui Chen. She's from the Pingtung University of Science and Technology. But actually, we both are the executive director of TEA, Taiwan Ecotourism Association. So I would like to divide my talk into several sections. I think briefly introduce government and local administration. We see I need to get rid of this. I can see, okay, get rid of this, sorry. Hold on. Get rid of this. Okay, it's I can see very clear with my, okay, that's easier. Okay, good. So I would like to introduce two cases of good practice on GERAS and in protected areas from southern Taiwan. Actually, is from the Pingtung County. So first one is a Serdin Natural Park. Is within the Kentin National Park. Actually, Kentin National Park was established in 1982. It's more than 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, actually. So the other one is Shihai Guanyinbi Natural Reserve. It's under the authorities of Pingtung Branch Forestry and Natural Conservation Agency, TENCA. So after some cases, and finally, I will make a brief conclusion in the end. So as you know, the ecotourism getting more popular, I think probably in the 1990s, Taiwan as well. So in line with the trend and catch up the developing ecotourism at the time. So Taiwan Ecotourism Association established in 2001. And also we had the Environmental Education Act implemented since 2010. So both together can promote ecotourism to to be a more sustainable way. Okay. So first case, as you see, in order to cultivate the citizens' understanding and awareness of the environment education. So this third natural part is get started with the CBT since 2006. So actually, it's the first case to have the government support and together with the community, the partnership. So actually, they are from nothing to something. They established a community-based tourism model. At the time, you know, they still facing some issues in some remote communities, like the aging population and also the resource governance issues, and as well the recreation impact. Okay, and the resource conservation. Because here, most people here, not many people, around probably 400 people only, 60 households. They make a living from the hunting, from fishing. So they use a lot of natural resources. So that's the countries arise from the national park, the Kenton National Park. So it's a good way to have obviously to develop the CPT in those area. Okay. So here is a 30. So here you can see is a nice hike, can offer very amazing coastline and Taiwan's southern and east coast, and also enjoy some tropical the short hike to enjoy the amazing coral reefs in this area. So it's a very nice place, okay, to enjoy everything scenery along the Kenton National Park. Okay. So here you can see quite a lot of villages, or you see communities right here. So 13. So original name is Guizhilu. Okay, it's about less 400 people, and most of them, as I mentioned, they are indigenous heritage, including the Taiwan and Southern Fujian and Hakka Eastern groups as well. So a large area, about 120 hectares, with a high altitude of coral reefs, with a virgin forest, rich in wildlife, plant, animal, landscape, and cultural resources. The 30 you can see just in the very southern part of Taiwan. Okay. So as I mentioned, they're facing some difficulty in the community. So since in the 1960s and 70s, 30, so a steady flow of tourists. Most of the residents make a living from selling souvenirs or running restaurants. However, with the rise of Kenton Main Street, the 30 gradually declining. So after establishment of the Kenton National Park in 1982, there's still quite a lot of conflicts often arose between the residents and the authorities, management authorities. So we, you see from the right hand side, the photos decline the certain shopping street, and quite a lot of conflicts and strife erupted between the local residents and the management authorities. So it's a good point to get started with the community building model with the CBT, community-based tourism. Okay, so actually there are 4 stages. So the first stage, the phase 1, you need to do some resource survey and try to find something difference or create the differentiation. And second, you need to do some organizational consensus building. Okay, you try to accumulation some extensive environmental education and social capitals. And the stage 3, creation, some tour planning and some interpretation design, and also the tour service operations. And the final one, a final stage, you need to do some measurement operation in terms of environmental and social and economic. The point is that with the conservation at its core. So to reach the sustainable, in order to reach the sustainable operation in the end. So here, we got 3 core resources: uniqueness and scarcity and the locality. So any one of them can be a core resources. However, if you combine or meeting all 3 can be considered as a flagship, or we say is a trump. Okay, so I think it's good to get more the core resources together. So get started from the community patrols for environmental protection. So in 2006, I remind you, we starting with the protection of the Chinese edible frog. It's quite tested when we are young. Like my father, he often go to collect and harvest or hunting the edible frogs. It's very tasty. So the teams are 2 volunteer, but without salary. This is also a key point. Without salary, it's a volunteer job. Okay. So also the interpreters must also serve as a patrol members. Okay. And also patrol schedules, they are doing the night and day shifts. Okay. And monitoring rules in some area, particularly some wildlife, like Formosan Sika deer in those areas. So since 2006, patrols had averaged at least 27 days per month. So this quite frequent to have the patrol for the wildlife and the natural environment. Okay. So by continuing communication and organizational management, Professor Chen, my course, she's doing very well to build up the partnership between the Kandy National Park and the local villagers, okay, and as well some community leaders. So the success asserting community-based tourism, actually, there are some guidelines for interpreters. So you see, there are 4 articles. The first one, for the interpreter need to accept assigned shifts to join the patrol duties. Okay. Article 2, the interpreter must serve as an assistant guide for at least 6 months. And Article 3, a total attendance rate of over 70% is required. So that means you need to attend the meeting to listen to the good points and some suggestions from time to time. And Article 4, you need pass the interpreter certification exam to be qualified as one of the certain community ecotourism interpreters. Okay, so it's quite strict for the interpreter if we want to do some tour guide. So developing community interpretation through environmental education, you need to receive 80 hours training course and doing the patrol and monitoring duties and community volunteer work, and also do attend the work meetings. So only those who are certified by the Kandy National Park Management Office can be accepted as a community interpreter, can be qualified to lead groups. Okay, so each interpreter is limited to a maximum of 12 tourists per night and 15 tourists per day to ensure the quality of the interpretation, and also the ship scheduling systems and community charter and interpretation service SOP. So all those are in place to do the CBT. So let's move on to the second case. Is a Sihai Guanyinbi Natural Reserve. This is a Mudan Township in Pingtung, Taiwan. So here you can see is still quite a lot of coastline without any highway or road nearby. Okay, so it's very famous for those area coastline community participation. Yeah, to maintain the environmental protection. So actually, we try to build up the transportation link and the island-wide, the island-wide. So only in this area, when we see the red one, you see the 加热水, Nanren Mountain, and the 四海观音鼻, only the two sections without any law in the coastline. So that's our transportation department. They try to build up, construct the island-wide law. But here you see it's quite natural in this area. So still some countries between the low building and also the natural reserve. Okay, so I think I will lead you to some more this. So here is a 四海观音鼻 reserve area. I have been there to have to see the beautiful landscape around this area. So actually, the ancient trail is the same 0.2 kilometers. So it probably takes you 3 or 4 hours to go for the trail. With entrance on both sides, is a 四海 village, Mudan in the Pindong in the left-hand side here, and the Nantian village, the other one here, in Taidong County. So actually, you won't be able to go straight in the coastline. Probably you need to go up and down through the through the trail, through the mountain. So it's quite good to have experience to take a walk or take a hike around this area. So in order to maintain what we see the carrying capacity of the opening quarter for occupants in the reserve area, in the protected areas. So you will have online reservation for 170 people per day from Monday to Sunday. Okay, but for both benefits of the two communities, the Sihai and Nantian, they can have a capacity of 80 for Sihai and 50 for Nantian community. So mass together 300 people per day, no more. Okay, so according to the resolution, they together with the Pindong County, okay, so they had the regulation people entering per day was adjusted to 300. Okay, so official for those apply online, they can go to the official website and for apply 30 days before the entry day. So need to do the application before 30 days. Okay, for community base, okay, they can contact the bilateral communities to apply by phone. That's 45 days before the entry. So either way, there are 3 options you can take to go for the beautiful trail. Okay, Arai. Okay, here as time limit, I won't be able to show you the advertisement video, the Sihai Guanyin Natural Reserve. Even there's no Chinese subtitle, but you can see some good sceneries, amazing coastlines right here. Okay, I will show you later. Actually, not only in the Serdin, the reserve area in Kending National Park still has some other beautiful natural reserve protected areas like the Longkan Ecological Reserve, okay, and the Nanren Mountain Ecological Reserve, okay, and also the Xizikou and Beito grassland routes, okay. So actually, some of those protected areas are following the models are 30. So 30 is the first one to have a very good success on protected area management. Okay. So in the Hengchun, it's actually what we see in the Hengchun Peninsula, in very southern part of Taiwan. So Professor Chen, Professor Meihui Chen, my course, she did a very good job on doing the partnership with the communities together. So This one is Liu Gui, actually is in Kaohsiung, just a little bit north of Pingtung, Liu Gui district. What meaning of the Liu Gui is the 6 turtles. Okay, so there's a famous scenery is the 18 Lohan mountain. How we say is a 18 Lohan San. Okay, so 18 Lohan mountain. So Lohan means Aris, you know, the Buddhism. You know what Aris, okay. Also here is a natural reserve. They're doing some service team for including 12 villages. So quite a lot of villages involved in this project. So in 2020, the Supaporn Mountain Natural and Humanity Association being built up to have the good window to allocate the tourists, okay, for ecotourism. Still, you know, because why they're doing this? That's because early in 2009, a typhoon Morocco, okay, attacked southern Taiwan very seriously. So some Liu Gui tourism industry was severely damaged by the time. So local government demand development of the Liu Gui Tunnel as a new tourist attraction that will conflict with the Pingtung's conservation stance. So the district trees initiated a joint petition to several legislators requesting Pingtung to establish pedestrian and obviously the Liu Gui Tunnel to promote the local tourism. Okay, so actually the tunnels are buffer zone and unlimited environmental education activities allowed. So I think between, okay, you see that between the economic development and the environment protection need to do some compromise. Okay, so Professor Chen right here, so he established 18 Lohan Mountain, how we see the training association. It's a training association. That means it's not so how we say, not related to the authorities management, but actually it still has some relationship with authorities. Okay, so here you can see environmental protection interpretation service team. Okay, so a lot of interpreters being trained to be an interpreter. So in 2020, okay, Kaohsiung City, Supaporn Mountain Natural Humanity Association doing a lot of work after that. So like the community residents become tour guides, but become the commentators. They are doing the patrolling and monitoring the environment. Like here is a bat caves. Okay, a lot of caves, a lot of bats right here. Here we can see the bats here, and also some good scenery here. So in terms of the protected area, they develop some rules for environmental education. Okay, so first they apply to enter a protected area. They need to do some application, go to the application system, and then submit a list of entry personnel, and then apply for tour guide. You need someone to guide you together, to go together, apply for tour guide and remittance for tour guide fees. Okay, so here is a good way to bring some benefits to the local community. As well, you need to do some on-site identity verification to check if the ID is correct. You wear safety helmets as well. Read and sign in the safety instructions consent form. Okay. And commentary content, that means the geological landscape of Supaporn Mountain, introduction to animal and plant ecology, wildlife, Liu Gui forestry and camphor mining, cultural history. So everything is in place. Okay. So travel north are Liu Gui. What we see the slow U shape. Okay, very good scenery right here. Interpretation. Okay, interpretation of Supaporn Mountain, you can see a lot of wildlife, flora, and fauna along the way, exploring through the U-shaped valley and understanding the conglomerate terrain and valley ecology right here. So here, so in terms of destination marketing organization, DMO, so our organization is responsible for promoting a specific tourist destination, okay? And then to promote various tourist destinations to tourists. So and quite important is to decentralized structure of the tourism industry requires an organization to coordinate the various stakeholders. Okay. And last but not least, establish effective cooperation to promote the development of ecotourism. So here, Professor Chen and with his partners together, I think it's in some certification or some exhibition. Okay, I think with his partners. So a joint management between the public sector and community. So we need to establish a best model for joint management for public sectors, like the Kandi National Park together. Another is a FANCA, Forestry Bureau, okay, and communities together. So the community's voluntary environmental protection has the extended effect on related industries. As well, the protected areas can achieve the win-win outcomes of environmental protection through bring the economic benefits and social equality, okay? And the protected areas certainly can bring benefits of environmental through environmental education. So finally, I think I will make a brief conclusion. We need to link in biodiversity and livelihood together in order to establish a joint management between the public sector and communities. The photo I quite fancy because this is been taken by Aaron, one of our board members, in last February. Oh, in last January, yeah. So just had our AEN GA in Thailand. So together you can see some our friends here, okay? So 不同就是大同，大同也是不同. I really like the meaning of the how we see the great unity, and also it's a different, okay? So finally, I hope we can return to nature from time to time. You can go for point, go for painting, go for line, and actually be happy with everything you did. You have been through, or you have been watching, been seeing. So I would like to thank now our senior members of Taiwan Ecotourism Association, Mr. Lai, and our Secretary General Meng Longjiang for sharing their valuable experiences and information on developing all these slides. Thank you all. That's all I want to share with you. Dinda.
Thank you very much. Can we give a big applause to Mr. Song?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Song.
No problem.
That is really wonderful presentation. It's really interesting, especially about the conflict with the community, such as a really great issue. Well, it was insightful and truly inspiring. Now we will next we will go to our second speaker. After travel to Taiwan, now we go to India. Okay, a country renowned for its rich biodiversity and cultural heritage. Our next speaker is Mr. Mohit Aggarwal, who joined us to discuss the Global Wildlife Fair and its critical relevance to ecotourism. Hello, Mr. Mohit. Namaste, Mr. Mohit.
Participants today. Thank you, Dinda.
How are you, Mr. Mohit? How is India?
I'm fine. India is good. You know, getting a little colder now, and I'd like to welcome everyone here today to know more about Global Wildlife Fair. Yeah.
Okay. Mohit, Mohitji, before we begin, let me take a moment to introduce Mr. Mohit Aggarwal. Ladies and gentlemen, Mohit Aggarwal, a leading ecotourism specialist in India, has dedicated his career to conservation travel in India. Founder of Asian Ecotourism, a 3 years old company. Mohit's journey began with Traffic India, where he gained vital insight into wildlife conservation. In 1994, he launched Asian Adventures to introduce school children to nature. Today, it is India's largest birding tour operator and manages several wildlife lodges, including the Jungle Bird Lodge in Pangot, India's first birding lodge. Mohit's effort extend to the Global Wildlife Fair and non-profit initiative foresting networking and support for conservation-focused ecotourism. With his training from the Global Sustainable Tourism Council and as a vice chair of the Asian Ecotourism Network, Mohit envisioned promoting sustainable tourism across India. He also leads Delhi Earth Walk, educating communities on local biodiversity. In October 2020, a fifth Global Wildlife Fair will host a major ecotourism event in Delhi, bringing together global conservationists, ecotourism operator, and responsible travelers to support wildlife protection. Mohit's work continue to inspire a future where ecotourism drives both environmental conservation and cultural appreciation, embodying his vision of a greener and sustainable world. Well, Mr. Mohit Aggarwal, it's time for yours to present such a great topic today about Global Wildlife Fair.
Thank you, Dinda. So before I get on to my presentation, I just want to I want to tell you a little story of how it happened. So Global Wildlife Fair, which is going to happen in 2025 in New Delhi in October, started this seed was sown in 2020. When I started this company called Asian Adventures, it was a nature-centric company. It's always been a nature-centric company, more wildlife-centric. I'm an animal lover, and I love to spend time in the jungles, and I'm a bird watcher also. And then in 89, when I graduated, I decided to join conservation, and I worked with Traffic India for 5 years, which is to do with illegal wildlife trade monitoring, trade record analysis of flora and fauna in commerce. In 94, I realized that there was much need in letting people know across the country about the plight of wildlife, what it can go through. So I started this company, which was nature-oriented company and to do with wildlife. Since then, the goal of this company has been to support wildlife, which we did for almost 25 years in small and big bits, with Wildlife Trust of India and with other NGOs in the field, sometimes supplying gear, sometimes helping with wire fences, sometimes helping with, equipment supplies. Whatever our profits from this company allowed, we put that money into conservation. In 2020, when everything came to a standstill and we didn't know what to do. So the meaning of this company sort of had to be questioned. Is this where we're going to go? Or we had enough funds to keep the teams intact to pay for their survival, but we didn't have enough money for conservation. And everything else came to a standstill. That's when I thought it's time to do something which is bigger than complete dependency on something small as ours. And if we can do something which is big and it becomes an engine that provides a platform, a big platform for conservation of wildlife, which is so close to my heart, then it can continue whether I'm there or not. It will change hands, it will go through phases, it will understand the needs of the hour and how it'll help conservation. So I am of firm belief that conservation can only happen at grassroots level. It cannot happen sitting in the cities only. It cannot happen only in concrete buildings. It needs to happen where wildlife is and where people are. And so I'll start with my presentation and I'll take you through this. I have about 20 minutes with you on this, and then after that we can take on question answers when I'm allowed to. Is this visible, Dinda, to everyone?
Yes. Yes, Mohit. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll talk about why the logo of Global Wildlife Fair is an elephant. I will talk about it as we go along. So this is we have our support partners, which is primarily that we have the same goal, same vision of ecotourism. That's the space that I come from, with AEN, Asian Ecotourism Network, and Wildlife Trust of India, who are in the space of conservation, one of the top NGOs in India, which is working in many spheres of wildlife conservation with the communities and animal shelters out in the wilderness. And Asian Adventures is the travel company that has made this happen. So Global Wildlife Fair will be a platform. It will be the first wildlife fair of its kind on this planet, which will happen year after year, and which will have sustainability for ecotourism stakeholders and for wildlife conservationists. So it's committed to connecting stakeholders for knowledge transfer and business development and improving and achieving sustainability. Let me tell you, what do I mean by business development? Today, everything that we are doing, which is to do with either the communities or the land or farming or sustainability, is it really an offshoot of something bigger that we do, which is more extractive, like, making buildings or urbanizing areas or things like that. But there is a parallel line. Let's say the broad gauge railway is that, and the narrow gauge railway is, the old style railway is our conservation work. What I want to do is, it's my dream, and if it can happen, that the financial independence is drawn through inclusive activities such as ecotourism for wildlife conservation. The triggers, the drivers, the people can, the communities, indigenous communities, and the tradition cultures, everything can fall into place when they are in sync with wildlife conservation. With how do we thrive together? So that's my idea of business development, to work upon ideas and projects where they become dependent or independent of external bodies, and they multiply this resource. You would agree with me, everybody would agree with me that when it comes to tourism, we are talking about land, infrastructure, bringing people there, using cars and vehicles and other things that the technology has given us. Let's for a minute say that we are using resources, and the resources, one resource that we're using is also wildlife. let's say something happens to a piece of land, like it happened in Philippines or other places in the world, and we left it just like that for it to regenerate. To an extent, it regenerated. If we have diesel vehicles, they can be replaced with electric vehicles. If we have other issues, there is a chance of bringing it back to its natural state. But the resource, which is wildlife, which, if taken away from that land, cannot be put back. It's a most perishable resource, if you want to call it a resource. So if tourism is going to do that, then what ecotourism can do is not extract it, not eliminate it, but multiply it. That's what we want ecotourism to do. We want to multiply that resource, not only preserve it, not only conserve it. So if it's land, if it's car, if it's technology, it can improve, it can change, it can be stopped, it can be brought back, but you cannot do that to wildlife. Once it's gone forever. How will you put it back? So ecotourism not will only make it stable, but will also help it multiply. This is where I want ecotourism to go and convert all tourism activities into ecotourism activities. This is my dream. This is my vision. So, which is why Global Wildlife Fair is happening. Right? So also it will help build corpus for NGOs, tourism stakeholders, local communities. The vision is to see wild species thriving, safeguarded by communities and ecotourism. Of course, mission is to converge, collaborate, channel collective action. So this particular platform is only for 3 days to start with, but it can happen multiple times in the coming years. It can happen in different places. It need not, only one big fair can happen in New Delhi, because that is where the action is. We are blessed with species like one-horned rhino, Asiatic lion, snow leopard, tiger, leopards. We have wild buffaloes, and we have such diverse 1,400 bird species, which is 1/10 of the global number of species. So this is Vivek Menon, a friend of mine who's the executive director of Wildlife Trust of India, and he runs animal shelters in the Northeast. They initiated Green Corridor Champion Project, which is to do with corridor monitoring. I'm also going to tell you why elephants again. Please bear with me. So we have 101 corridors, and we need to safeguard these corridors because elephants, they go from one place to another. And there are no corridors in between. I also learned in Malaysia that the wild elephants are now being taken to some island in the eastern side, and then they are left there, and only to ensure their survival. Good or bad, I don't want to comment because I don't know how it works there. So what are the objectives of Global Wildlife Fair? Global Wildlife Fair's objectives are to establish standards for ecotourism ecologists, to create business model for financial stability, what I said, to educate and harness potential of budding wildlife community. I'm reading down to up. So if you're following what I'm saying from up to down, please read with me from down to up. To educate and harness potential of budding wildlife community and youth. Youth is very important. This is one of the focus areas that I will, with AEN, within AEN, we want to develop with Dr. Jennifer, and help civil society and local communities raise funds, help stakeholders network and build relationships, to exchange and display information, art, products related to conservation and ecotourism. And we also want wildlife tourism people to come in and do business here with ever-growing huge Indian and South Asian market. to bring business opportunities to ethical conservation travelers and companies, and to showcase cause of conservation workers and organizations. To conserve the Asian elephant in Asia, which is the theme for 25 and 26. Why is it the theme? I'm coming to that. So the promise is smooth functioning of to realize maximum value for resources engaged and spent. Again, Asian elephants in Corbett National Park. Why is Global Wildlife Fair important? I think we've already talked about it. So, Dinda, if you feel okay, then later you can share this link with others also to go through it if they like to.
Okay.
And I'll also some sites, some interesting ones, right from ranging from very small things to flora, to butterflies, to megafauna is our concern. This is sometimes when I'm thinking that we are surrounded with hundreds and thousands of these species, which are so beautiful, that make our planet. And suddenly we realize that they're disappearing. And it just gives me a sense of fear, fright, as you might call it. What will happen? You can see this is not a new site. It's happening across the world. E-waste, another one. And then there are these other dumps where the wildlife is feeding. I saw in one place, I saw the crabs at night picking up plastic garbage and taking it to their burrows. Communities, researchers, people who have been involved with, frontline conservation, also community-based tourism, small restaurants, small villages, all these people will be integrated over a period of time. So much learning will happen. So all this Global Wildlife Fair is not just a fair where you will go and something will happen and something will, emerge out of it, and then it'll stop there. No, it's a solution-oriented fair. We want solutions coming out. We want projects coming out. We want new ideas to be integrated into conservation. So people who are looking at wildlife. How does Global Wildlife Fair benefit civil society? So, NGOs will come in, community tourism, players will come in, and we will have lots of these discussions on what is required and where it's going to go. And it's at a global level. It's happening in India, so we could have more Indianized look to it. But it's largely to do with a lot more species. So at the fair, workshops and webinars will happen, hands-on learning will happen, expert interactions, new perspectives, green travels. All these things will continue to happen in different areas of that venue where we're going to do it. At the fair, the exhibitors will come and display their best practices, their tours, their eco lodges, wildlife equipment sellers who will deliver their innovations or their technology for deepening people's experiences. The local communities will come and maybe they choose to do their performances if they like, and there'll be trade bodies, and there'll be a lot more visitors there. India, is the largest populated country, and there's a huge growing interest of people in nature conservation today. Fundraising will happen, new project developments, conservation focus will happen on species that we will be taking up. Then, again, similar things that we've spoken about, but policy and news with latest developments. Auctions, awards. Awards are not just a pat on the back. It's to felicitate those who have had the courage to take conservation in their lives ahead. Destination shows to showcase what's happening in a particular destination or in destinations. Folk dances. So it's a fair. It's a fair to celebrate. It's not a B2B exhibition only. It is a place to celebrate wildlife life with those things which do not speak your language. Who will benefit? NGOs will benefit, local communities will benefit, responsible travelers will benefit, ecotour operators will benefit, and then there will be benefits for the planet in different ways. That how we discussed, Song discussed, Kazu discussed, Arai discussed about their work. And we want all these pieces of information to be integrated on a single platform with experts from AEN and Wildlife Trust of India and others who will want to participate and be joining our hands. It's an inclusive fair. It is not a fair only for a few. It is for everyone who's concerned about wildlife on this planet. So the Global Wildlife Fair hopes to change the next generation of travelers into responsible ecotourists. They will be experienced travelers who will respect local culture and traditions, who will want to learn more about the destination, will support local conservation program, inclusive for the planet and about its community. You don't want to know about architecture, history, associated fields. They're keen on varied experiences that this planet offers. There'll be bird watchers, photographers, Okay, so I was saying, why Asian elephants? Let me talk to you about this. Asian elephants are the gardeners of our forests, like hornbills are seed dispersers. This is how Asian elephants also help our forests grow. They go from one place to another. They let it regenerate. They open up those areas which are closed. They move things around. They will move big stones. They will go and clear up some forest for the new trees to grow. They will uproot. They will turn the mud around. They will open up little locked pools of water and convert them into streams. That's what elephants will do. Elephants exist in 13 range states, 13 countries in Asia. And in Africa, the African elephant, the two elephants which are now there are forest elephants and the savanna elephant, the African elephant, African savanna elephant. So there are 3 species of elephants that we have. And the Asian elephants are about less than 50,000 in the wild. And between the African ones, the 2 species that we have only 160,000 left in the entire continent, which is huge. So if we talk about elephant conservation, if we talk about the habitats of elephants, then all those people, all the communities that are living around elephant areas will benefit. All the species which are around elephant areas will benefit. So which is why we are focusing currently on elephants, Asian elephants, and then we will also want to take on the cause of African elephants. But that doesn't mean that we want to leave other species aside. We want to take on other species as well. So, some of the photos of Asian elephant that you can see, the threats which are there for the Asian elephant, the corridors which are there for the Asian elephant along the roads. And then there are other species which are critically endangered and listed by IFO and IUCN. The rhinos, Amur leopards, orangutans, gorillas, African forest elephants, saolas in Vietnam, kakapos, brown spider monkeys, North Atlantic right whales, vaquitas, pangolins, hammerhead sharks, box turtles, lemurs, red-fronted macaws, pygmy three-toed sloths. We want to talk about these also. And we want to talk about the smaller ones, which are red data or highly endangered species. When will we talk about it? When will we do something about it? When will we be able to create those little engines that will ensure the survival of these species across the planets? They are us, we are them. You know, it's just that they don't speak our language, and they don't go and building flyovers and buildings, and they live in their own little places, which we as humans are greedy for also. Pangolins, you know, for example, like in Gir Forest, we started this project called Pangolin Conservation Project. There's no threat to pangolin there for the scales or the meat. They just see it as a useless animal, you know, very weird looking animal, and they may just kill it or throw it in the well. Plus, the farmlands are now bringing up walls because they want to demark their walls for agriculture or mangoes or whatever. So these animals cannot go from one farm to another. And if they can't go, the lion cubs cannot go. If lion cubs cannot go, the jackals can't go, the porcupines can't go. So we need those breaches in the walls. As simple as that. I'm not saying that we need to stop farming or tourism. If these pangolins disappear from that area, all that we're trying to grow will be eaten up by the insects. A friend of ours, Chavez, has just joined, and he's a pangolin expert from Malaysia, and he will, at some point of time, you must listen to his lecture on pangolins. He will talk about it in detail. You know, Himalayan brown bear, again, highly threatened. You know, one of the biggest threats are the feral dogs, you know, because they eat up its prey. And climate change is a big threat to the survival of a brown bear. Himalayan black bear, same thing. The acorns in the jungles are going less because of climate change. The hibernation period is a lot less because of climate change. So there are situations like that with this. What are we doing currently? Currently, what we're doing for Global Wildlife Fair, with the help of AEN and WTIS, we're doing monthly film screenings, and we're doing webinars just like this one, but on a very regular basis, so that we can impact and influence more and more and more people to be part of this movement. You know, and we bring forward those hidden, beautiful, meaningful, impactful films to audiences, you know, in these theaters. Again, another one on Bugans Sikla, which is a highly endangered and a small population of which survives in Arunachal Pradesh. We have a film on that. And then we have Delhi Earth Walks as well, where every Sunday we take people, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50 people out into the wilderness to showcase, you know, the nature that's around us in urban areas. So, you know, so empowering local communities through ecotourism. This is the aim of, one of the aims of both AEN and Wildlife Trust of India. And this is how we want to look at things, you know, up in Kashmir and across borders and in different countries. And we want to bring it all on one platform. So this is how, you know, this fair is structured. I will not go through this entire thing because, you know, I think I have now only very little time left. So I'll try to conclude this here. This is a recent workshop that I did with 20 people. There's a third time I've done it. It's in Kashmir, where 20 people who were interested in ecotourism to save a species called Markhor, which is a mountain goat, which we thought had gone extinct, and it's a national animal of Kashmir, of Pakistan. And we found it on our side in Kashmir. These 20 people from a community want to save this animal. You'll be surprised that 17 out of them do not earn a single penny in the entire year, and they live off the land. Only 3 people are earning members, and the yearly income is $60, 60 USD dollars a year, which is $5 a month. That is what they earn. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a model for them, a society for them, which will work as a cooperative, and they'll be able to get ecotourists to appreciate markhor and black bear and brown bear and musk deer in these high reaches, and they will work like as homestay owners or community owners, and they will take this work forward. Standards and parameters is another thing that we want to do in the fair. Will be conducted with experts from Asian Ecotourism Network, and we will have besides that, we will have award ceremonies, we will have auctions of various tours, which will help us build traction for ecotourists and the suppliers. How to take part? I'm going to share a link also of the pitch deck very soon in the chat box, so you can do that. You can visit the website, or you can even write when you send out, when you fill up your form, then you can also look at the information that you can circulate with people. So I will, one second, okay. If you like, you can scan this code, because that will take you straight to the website links. I'll give 30 seconds for you to do it if you like to do it. I think this time should be enough.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Perfect. Perfect.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Some of the community work that Wildlife Trust of India is doing in these high reaches. And, and we want this to be a marketplace as well for ecotourism. We want camera companies to come in. We want merchandise sellers to come in. We want to make it happy for you. We want to make it like a fair, yet we want it to be really serious for the species on the planet. If the species are there, you have life with you. We look forward to connecting with wildlife operators, ecologists, conservationists, artists, indigenous community leaders, photographers, authors, administrators, and all kinds of nature enthusiasts at the Global Wildlife Fair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohit ji. Can we give a big applause for Mohit ji? Oh, thank you for your insightful and inspiring presentation. We are truly looking forward to the Global Web Fair in October 2025 in New Delhi.
Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you.
Okay, after India, ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at our final destination, Malaysia. We are honored to introduce Professor Dr. Vicky from Malaysia, who will be sharing valuable insight on upskilling and training of local communities for ecotourism experiences. Hello, Professor Vicky.
Hi there. I hope you can hear me clear.
Yes, perfect. Professor, before we begin, let me take a moment to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Vigneshwaran Nair was appointed president of District College Penang in November 2021 and a professor of sustainable tourism at Wawasan Open University. Before returning to Malaysia, he was based in the Bahamas for 5 years as a professor and dean of graduate studies and research at the University of Bahamas. He was also consultant to the Tourism Development Corporation in Bahamas. He was a former director of research and development at Taylor University, Malaysia for 19 years. A consultant with a many national and international projects, his exceptional research achievement with extensive publication, to his credit, have earned him many international and national awards for his work in ecotourism and community-based tourism. He has facilitated many rural tourism research and consultancy projects in Southeast Asia and the Caribbean. He is also currently the Vice President of Malaysian Ecotourism Association. His research specialization in sustainable and responsible tourism, rural tourism, and community-based tourism. Well, Professor Dr. Vicky, we are eager to hear your perspective and look forward to your inspiring presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dinda. So, okay, let me first of all share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, clear and perfect.
All right, great. All right. So once again, thank you for AEN for having me here. Thank you to Prof. Jennifer Chan and also to Mr. Masaru for having me an opportunity to share my thoughts on the talks today. I think it's been a very good morning session and also moving to the afternoon now here. I enjoyed all the session. You would have seen a lot of my questions coming up there because I think it has been a very engaging session. So my session today is just to be focusing on training, upskilling and rescaling and training of local communities. So I think this is an important aspect of what we are talking today. From all the presentation, the focus on capacity building has become more and more important. Whatever that you are presenting today will not work if the local community cannot be trained and the skills are not developed. So what I'm going to be focusing today is very much focused on this area with some examples. So just a quick overview about myself, which Dinda have also mentioned. I am currently based in Penang, in the northern part of Peninsular Malaysia at a college, district college. But before that, 5 years I spent in the Caribbean. I was with the University of the Bahamas doing a lot of work in ecotourism and with the community-based tourism. And then I was also based at Taylor's University. And you can see from the logo, these are the affiliation that I've been working very closely. Currently, I'm also the Vice President of the Malaysian Ecotourism Association. So carrying different hats, but very much focused on sustainable tourism, responsible tourism, ecotourism, and rural tourism. So what I'm going to be focusing on the next 15 minutes or so, I know we don't have that much time, is to focus on to discuss the aspects of sustainable ecotourism development and how training plays an important role. So I will begin with an introduction to ecotourism and its integration with community engagement, followed by introducing you to the Malaysian National Ecotourism Plan. And then the shift, now we talk a lot about ESG and how is this related when we talk about ecotourism. Then the training importance in terms of upskilling and rescaling, especially since COVID-19, what are the skills that needs to be upscaled or rescaled? And then I'm going to give you some case studies based on where I'm based currently in Penang, which is in the northern side, so I'll give you an example of a Northern Corridor Economic Region or NCR project in Malaysia and how it is being managed as far as training and is concerned for ecotourism and community-based tourism. And then although we are very much focused on the Asian development here, so I thought I will also just spend a bit of just 5 or 10 minutes to talk a bit about my experience in Caribbean and how I feel this can also help in the development of the Asian ecotourism. So if you look at the ecotourism industry in Malaysia is guided by the National Ecotourism Plan, which is actually coming to its end in 2025. It's a very good comprehensive plan. You can actually Google it and download the plan. And this plan can actually still be valid, although it is coming to an end in next year. Discussion is already ongoing as Malaysia prepares to embark on the new phase of ecotourism development post 2025. So the ecotourism spectrum ranges from soft activities like nature walks through adventure experience such as the jungle trekking to ecotourism, to hard ecotourism like mountaineering. So it balances diverse tourism preference with a commitment to conservation and also community engagement. So ecotourism actually integrates conservation, culture, and community together in making it a powerful tool for promoting sustainable development, which is what we have seen based on all the case studies that was presented today morning. So Malaysia, as one of Southeast Asia's leading ecotourism destination, leverages its rich biodiversity and cultural heritage to attract global tourists while uplifting local communities. So by emphasizing respect for nature, conservation, and reinvestment into maintaining resources, ecotourism not only supports the environment, but also it also fosters socio-economic benefit for the local. Hence, training plays a major role in empowering communities, enabling them to actively participate in sustainable tourism through education, skills development, and awareness. So this holistic approach will enhance sustainability. It will encourages ethical practices and also promote biodiversity and cultural appreciation. So this is important to ensure a balanced integration of tourism with the community growth and environmental stewardship. So if you look at Malaysia, under the National Ecotourism Plan, Malaysia boasts a total of 60 ecotourism clusters spread across various states, showcasing its rich biodiversity and cultural diversity. So these clusters are strategically distributed with the biggest concentration, of course, in the eastern part, Sarawak, and also Sabah with about 17 clusters there, Terengganu with 7 clusters, and then there are other important ecotourism hubs across the country. Other states like in states of Pahang and Johor, there are clusters in Perlis, Penang, Malacca, those smaller, but they also do contribute to the ecotourism experience. So this extensive network of clusters highlights Malaysia's commitment to leveraging its natural and cultural heritage to develop sustainable tourism opportunities nationwide. Based on studies done to understand the salient elements of rural tourist psychographic, the main attraction when a tourist comes to a rural destination, rural ecotourism or community-based destination is they look at two important aspects. Because when a tourist or ecotourist comes to a destination that is off the beaten, where they're going to spend half a day or even one whole day to reach a destination, there must be something unique in this destination. And most of these rural destinations can only do well if they have these two main components: the cultural lifestyle, a unique culture and lifestyle that you're trying to sell, or the physical environment and unique activities that you are trying to advocate or sell. So if we see here, all ecotourism offerings are fundamentally in rural destination. Okay, rural tourism products can include community-based and also eco-based product, ecotourism or wildlife. Okay, so it will fail. All these products will fail if you do not have these three core products aligned. So what do I mean by these three rural tourism products? You must have a core or primary product that makes the community-based tourism or ecotourism unique, or else no tourists want to rough out to come to see your products. Okay, whether it is in Long Lama in Sarawak, or you want to see the Rafflesia, or you want to go to the wildlife to see a certain wild animal, or to see a local tribes or cultural or even to see some physical uniqueness in terms of mountains and waterfalls. So that is the first product, the core product. Secondly is the ancillary, or I call it the secondary product. These are the supporting product to support the primary product. This can include all the support system, your restaurant, your lodging, your accommodation, handicraft shops, all those important things that is needed before tourists can make their way to this ecotourism destination. And then thirdly, the augmented or the tertiary product. This include all support system required to connect these two products to the outside region. This can include the networking system, road network, your airport, your promotion that the Ministry of Tourism does to promote your destination. So you need all these three products align one another, before you can get a successful ecotourism or rural tourism destination working well. So the core product looks at if you look at the blue cycle, the first one, the core product will actually look at the micro product that is being promoted by the host. This is the actual uniqueness of what you are trying to sell, whether it's wildlife, whether it's culture, or the physical environment that you have. So you must have there's something unique. If there's nothing unique, no one is going to come to your destination. Secondly, as I've said, the ancillary product. Okay, the product that is to support the tourists. Okay, the general, this is the town level, at the village level, where can they stay and what do they do? And then, of course, at the augmented level, the whole support system. So once you have these three circles, as you see in the diagram, is aligned, then you will see the rural destination will actually do well. Hence, the success of any community-based tourism product in a rural tourism setting will depend on the strength of these three levels of product or support. That is why you have some destination doing well, some destination not doing well. Some destination starts well and then it disappears after a while. Okay, so once this is well understood, then any training program design must need to take into consideration these three things. So now let me look into the training aspect. So once you have understand these fundamentals, when you talk about rural destination, then you can design a programs well. So if you look at the Malaysia's National Ecotourism Plan, there are many training components that are emphasized. Firstly, criteria for Ecolodge star rating must embrace sustainability principle, use of green technology and best practice. So among the criteria, if you look at the training plan that is put in place, is in terms of the building premises. Okay, how do you construct? How do you align the building? How when you build eco lodges, how do you use recycled materials? So these are the important aspects. Then the green technology, how do you manage electricity? How do you manage water saving? How do you utilize sustainable technology for managing your eco destination? The use of environmentally friendly sewage system, solid waste system. How do you manage the local community in terms of staffing, whether it's a local staffing or any staffing coming from abroad? So who are the staffing? So these are the important things that has to be trained at the ground level. They must also conduct frequent training courses to local staff and community in order for you to manage your eco lodges perfectly well. Okay, second, the national parks and training. If you look at national parks, so this is also part of the National Ecotourism Plan. It provides special training programs for national park managers to be trained in managing tourism and concessions. This include in visitor management and hospitality service. By fostering these capabilities, national parks can maintain sustainable tourism practices, protect the biodiversity, and also deliver high quality services that can support all the conservation goals and visitor satisfaction. So these trainings can include in terms of how efficiently you can manage the visitors using technology. We talked about it in the morning today on carrying capacity. So what are other ways to manage this kind of the numbers that you're looking at? So there are tools that are available that is able to do that. So again, the training component, skills development becomes important. Hospitality and service excellence. How do you ensure customer service? How do you ensure the experience? How do you ensure cultural sensitivity? How do you ensure that you are not commodifying, which is also a question that I asked in the session in the morning. So all this become important in terms of how do you organize the training to ensure that the local communities are well trained and understand, because you must understand going into tourism, it's not all positive. There are bad things about tourism. How do you ensure that tourism is doing more good to the community? So again, the importance of training becomes important here. So there are a lot of different trainings that can go into place, right from crisis and safety management, education and interpretive skills, your guiding, your financial and concession management. How do you efficiently manage your finances, the top technology integration? Since COVID, a lot more is being talked about technology. So all these become as important. The third one, diving, snorkeling activities also has been focused in the National Ecotourism Plan, where training for stringent enforcement and use of visitor management technique has become more and more important. The code of conduct in terms of safety briefing, visitor safety assessment, visitor rate, all this on is part and parcel of any tourism activities. And then scaling up of ecotourism through through world-class and specialized guiding and interpretation. So this become more and more important now, and maybe it's one of the important role that the AEN has to play in terms of institutionalizing specialized training courses for nature guide to enhance product knowledge and also the communication skills for special interest tourism. We heard from Mohit just now on wildlife tourism, and this is another important area where the whole region is quite rich with wildlife. So how do we ensure that we are doing the right thing? This include in creating sponsorship program for certified local nature guides to attend special trainings. So all this training, special training, right from botany to frogs and amphibian to tourism, your birds, and then talking about history and local culture. So all this become part of ways to scale up ecotourism. And then of course you also have the fifth one, the community-based ecotourism network has become important. I think with AEN, the network is being built. Establishing a community-based ecotourism network driven by community-based ecotourism operators becomes important. One example, a good model is the model in Kinabatangan in Sabah, with the Miso Wildlife Homestay run by the cooperative, the Copel, is an example of a good model where community training is being enhanced. We always hear train the train approach, but I think another approach now is the community to community training. So if you look at the case study in Sabah, in the Lower Kinabatangan, home to Copel's own community-based ecologically sustainable tourism training program. This training hub is frequented by community groups from around the region. A variety of programs are perfectly suited to this location in the heart of the Kinabatangan. So common program include a simple thing as safety training, first aid program, food safety program, sustainability certification program, health-related program, and tourism certification program. So the indigenous people there, the Orang Sungai people of the Lower Kinabatangan, have been living off the rainforest for food, medicine, household goods, and product of the trade. So in this age, you can see that the social cultural transformation have actually allowed the community to realize the importance of maintaining and conservation because of tourism. So the different villages around this area, in the area of the Batang and Batu Putih there, they came together to create this alternate pathway that is called using ecotourism. So this dedicated group then formed what is called the mascot, which was initiated somewhere in 1996. So their aim was simple: to learn, to upskill, and also to plan what was necessary to initiate an ecologically sustainable tourism ventures. Hence, this model have actually worked very successfully and have won numerous international awards. There's a lot of focus of late everywhere talking about ESG, which is something we fully endorse. However, we see the most establishment focus mostly on the E, okay, somewhere on the S and far less on the G, the governance. But when you change the sequence from ESG to, which I believe should be a GSE instead of ESG, your sustainability effort will be embedded in the organization in much better way. The G is about the rules of the game here. So governance is much about the risk and compliance, as it is more about values, ethics, and culture. So this is the way we do things here, by trying to focus on governance. And governance start with integrity and intelligence. This is where your training becomes more and more important for you in order to structure, because the governance, once the governance is not there, you forget about the environment, you can forget about the social, everything will fall apart. So we're in talking about upskilling and reskilling, especially since COVID, upskilling here, what I mean here is equipping local community with advanced skill to improve their performance and enrich the ecotourism experiences that they provide. By refining their expertise, communities will become more capable of delivering high quality, sustainable, and engaging tourism services. So a specific example you can see in this diagram here, the eco guiding and storytelling in Langkawi, UNESCO Global Geopark. So a lot of upskilling is done there. to get the locals trained to explain the geopark's unique geological formation, biodiversity, and cultural heritage in very captivating way. Then you see the model in Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve, where upskilling is focused on training programs for local operators to manage their eco-lodges and transport services more sustainably while offering professional hospitality services. And then you also have another model here in Pahang, the Marine Conservation Training in Tioman Island, where snorkeling guides trained in coral reef restoration techniques. So this has become more and more important of late in Malaysia. And then reskilling part, basically to focus on learning new skills to transition into ecotourism roles. So reskilling provides opportunities for individuals to shift from traditional or environmentally harmful livelihood to sustainable roles in ecotourism. And this, you can see a lot has happened since COVID, where reskilling is actually needed for the survival of some of the industries here. So it helps communities adapt to the changing economic and environmental condition while transforming its in many areas, especially in conservation. If you look at the Orang Asli communities in Taman Negara, a lot of reskilling is done where transitioning the indigenous people from hunting and logging to roles as eco guides and cultural ambassadors. You also see in another case study in Perak, the Kampung Ulu Gero Perak, where former rubber tappers trained to guide visitors to see Rafflesia flower, okay, the biggest flower in the world, and the Raja Brook butterfly alongside eco-friendly homestay operation. So you see a lot more of such thing happening across the country. One more example that I want to share with you is based on where I'm based currently, which is in Penang, in the region of the Northern Corridor, NCR, Northern Corridor Economic Region, where a lot of community-based ecotourism approach have been adopted to drive sustainable economic development in 4 states, the Perlis, Kedah, Penang, and Perak. So if you look at what is happening over here, where NCR is managed by the Northern Corridor Implementation Authority, overseeing this initiative in crafting policies, strategies, and training program to foster ecotourism as a driver of inclusive development. So if you look at some of the projects over here, one example is the Lata Kinjang waterfall, which is one of the highest waterfall in Southeast Asia at a height of about 850 meters. So this waterfall can be seen if you go through Tapah area in the northern south of Highway, for those of you in Malaysia who is aware of this place. It's a multiple tier a waterfall creates a very mesmerizing spectacle, drawing visitors who seek tranquility amidst the lush greenery and refreshing stream. So this waterfall is really popular spot destination for locals and tourists. So Lata Kinjang is not only a place for scenic beauty, but also a heaven for those who appreciate ecotourism. So visitors can actually enjoy the activities while at the same time appreciating the nature. So if you look here, a lot of training has been put in place to develop this place, to develop the local community over here. So Lata Kinjang holds a cultural significance as it is surrounding areas are homes to indigenous Orang Asli or the indigenous the Temia community. So this provides visitor an opportunity to explore the local culture and traditional crafts, enhancing their overall experience. So with its blend of natural splendor and also the cultural richness, Lata Kinjang is one of the popular destinations now for nature lovers and adventure in the north. So if you look at the important components of sustainable community-based ecotourism project that has been focused in Lata Kinjang, where the training has been very much focused on. Firstly, the focus on community, direct involvement of the local community ensures that this sense of belonging and ownership of the project, which is vital for its sustainability. Number 2, the dedicated entity. There are focused organizational structure put in place to ensure that the community is well guided. Okay, so you have a team from NCR and of course other entities that is being working closely with the local champions over there to ensure that an ecotourism destination like this sustains. Number three, the infrastructure readiness, well-planned and managed infrastructure support is put in place to ensure that it creates a good, conducive environment for both local and international tourists to come, at the same time benefiting the local community. And then, of course, the skills and competency development, the training as part, which I keep emphasizing here, training and development program to enhance the individual and also the local communities' skills in terms of managing the location, maintaining the infrastructure, and able to independently manage without much support after a point of time. Because at the end of the day, you want them to be self-sufficient. So if you look at this project in Latak Kinjang, the gestation period is long. Any community-based ecotourism project, it will take 2 to 3 years for you to sustain yourself. So that's where a lot of the projects fail, because they're not able to sustain for a period of time. So the implementation journey that you see here, it took a while for NCR to come up with different kind of programs, training programs, to develop the capacity for the community to be able to manage and then independently let go at the end of this year. So there's a lot of hand-holding session that is brought in. They introduce a lot of program, Empower NCE, to empower the local community. So at the end of the day, this program in Latak Kinjang is just one example of the program, but similar program is done by NCR in the northern Malaysia, where they are empowering the local community to be able to manage their eco destination. So this program, primary objectives are to provide skills training and entrepreneurship development, including e-commerce, to enable participants to generate sustainable income. So these participants are the local community. So it actually offers a business starter kit to even participants, which are the community here, to at least be able to engage in the areas that they want to focus on. So 50% of the training hours are focused on this hand-holding session to ensure that this community is able to sustain on their own. So this program is structured in 3 distinct steps right from the beginning with the groundwork. Profiling is done to make sure that the right group of people are being trained. Because remember, as I've said at the beginning, not all products or all projects are suitable for tourism. So if the local community feels that tourism is the way forward, yes. So the first stage of any project is actually the profiling. You do the profiling, and once that is very positive, that the community is ready for tourism, and then only you proceed to carry out all the list of trainings that is required, right, from entrepreneurship, hard skill and soft skill, technology that is needed, whatever that's needed, that is to prepare the tourists to do well. Because at the end of the day, many ecotourism and community-based tourism projects can move up to the development stage, and then it closes down. It's not able to sustain. Why? Because there was no thought put forward to sustain this community. They're trapped by subsidies. When the subsidies are not there, they fall. There's not much training that has been focused as well. So if you look at the Empower program by NCR, so it takes step by step, right, from profiling them, the training implementation, and then participant achievement verification to make sure that the participants are benefiting and have benefited, and they are able to sustain themselves. So a lot of sustainability focus have been put in place. And then you also have, if you look at the program, the holistic socio-economic development model for the Orang Asli community in Latak Kinjang, demonstrate a very comprehensive approach to fostering good infrastructure development, skills training, and cooperative governance. How do they manage the cooperative, similar to the cooperative model that you saw in Kopel in Lower Kinabatangan. So by getting the facilities upgraded with the grants that is managed by NCR, you can see good achievement that is coming out from this village. A lot of beneficiaries came out from this village, but not just for Latak Kinjang, across the northern corridor NCR, you can see the number of skills development as an increased number of people's skills have been uplifted. Reskilling and upskilling has been done. A lot of women have been brought in, because remember when you talk about CBT, talk about ecotourism, there's a lot of women involved, a lot of senior citizens are involved. There's also youth involved. We are always worried that the youths are leaving the rural destination. But if you create a good model, you will be able to keep the youth at this place. And then developing the local indigenous community. So there are a lot of good things that is coming out of these areas. And then the critical success factor here, again, I'm not going to go through the details here. I'm sure you can get access to this slide. The operational enhancement of and the efficiency, how is it being operationalized? Why it works well? Because of the way how it is managed. Good governance, remember I told you at the beginning, the G. Okay, in ESG, the G becomes important. Good governance and good monitoring. If you don't measure, you don't know how bad you are or how good you are. There must be a measuring mechanism put in place. So again, training becomes as important. Then maintaining a financial sustainability. The cooperative model is one model that can help you to sustain yourself. The safety features, the health features has become important now since COVID, and how all these are related to our SDG. That has become as important. So over the years as well, there are a lot of tools that has been developed. One of the tools was the APEC model that was developed. And then we also had another model worked through that, through the Responsible Rural Tourism Network, where there were models where a 9-step training model that was developed in taking the community from preparing the community to developing them to sustaining them. So these three phases with 9 steps is an important training program that we have developed as well in trying to bring the community and sustaining them, whether it's a community-based, cultural-based, or whether it's an ecotourism-based. So this is an example of what you see in Malaysia. And then quickly before I end, just a quick snapshot on some of the work that is happening in the Caribbean. So in the Caribbean, we have what we call the Compete Caribbean Partnership Program, where you have 13 countries across the Caribbean. If you see here, the 13 countries listed there are part of this Caribbean community, similar to what you see here in ASEAN, where they come together to develop community-based tourism and ecotourism. So this regional partnership is important. They get good support because it's supported and funded by the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, through UK, Canada, and the Caribbean Development Bank. Hence, the focus of this partnership is to prioritize economic inclusion to marginalized groups, okay, like the women, the youth, and the indigenous community. So that's the very focus in terms of community-based ecotourism product. So through this product, a lot of training kits have been developed. So if you see the screen here, the structure of the product, so there's a lot of toolkit developed for the local community to be able to manage efficiently their product. So a toolkit in terms of how to manage the community tourism development in terms of tourism assets. How do they manage their assets efficiently? What are the diagnostic tools that is needed for them to measure how good they are, how bad they are, and what do they need to sustain themselves? And then there's also the enterprise development model to sustain themselves. How do I successfully maintain my business, the micro businesses? And then how do you ensure that the product development, how do you move to the next level? How do you scale it up accordingly? Because all these are important if you want to sustain, okay? How do you market yourself efficiently? So there are a lot of toolkit that's been developed. So each tool is accompanied by specific resources such as templates, questionnaire, handbooks, and guides and experts to help the community accordingly. So the structure will ensure communities can effectively manage their assets well, the assets readiness, and also to develop their product, the enterprise product, the micro product that they can sell. So this has actually assisted a lot of countries in the Caribbean. So if you look at the Caribbean, some of these 13 countries there, where they have actually benefited from this training. What came out of the product is the screen that you see here from all the 13 countries. What the training has actually helped in all these countries across the Caribbean. So I'm just sharing this, although I know our focus today is very much on Asia, but I think what learning from the other region is good for Asia to see how we can actually replicate some of the things that is doing well in other place, and that here. So in summary, what you see in the Caribbean, the focus is to empower the communities to create new income sources and diversify local economies through ecotourism. Secondly, to develop unique market-ready ecotourism experiences while improving service quality. It is also important to promote eco-friendly practices and the preservation of natural assets for sustainable tourism. Social empowerment has become important if you see across the Caribbean. It has fostered community ownership, cultural preservation, and inclusion of youth and women in tourism initiative. And then resilience become important since COVID. This has become a key word. Strengthened disaster recovery efforts has become more and more important in regions where tourism has become an important industry. So, and lastly, the collaboration, encourage partnership. And what we are doing here at AEN is exactly what a partnership is all about. So to close, upskilling and training play a transformative role in building local capacity by equipping communities with the knowledge and skills needed to actively engage in sustainable ecotourism. This empowerment not only will foster a sense of ownership and responsibility, but also strengthen their abilities to manage and promote ecotourism initiatives effectively. Focused training program will further enhance the quality of ecotourism experiences, ensuring that they meet expectations of global travelers, while at the same time preserving the unique cultural and natural heritage of the country. So this effort will solidify not only in a particular country, but in any nation across the globe. So beyond tourism, skills development has a profound socio-economic impact, driving job creation at the same time providing economic stability for local communities, especially in rural and undeserved regions where the focus of migration is always very high because there's not enough job being created. So by investing continuously in upskilling and reskilling, we can ensure that ecotourism practices can remain aligned with the global trends and standard, sustaining local term growth and also the competitiveness for the destination. So remember, investing in people, investing in the community is investing in the future. So upskilling communities will transform ecotourism into a very powerful catalyst for sustainable development and harmony with the nature. So I hope this quick overview will benefit a lot of those countries in ASEAN is trying to promote their destination. But at the same time, I think the regional cooperation that AEN is doing really something that all of us are looking for. And I hope the session today, all the speakers, in fact, had a good session today, and I hope it has benefited. And I'm open for any feedback, any question, or anyone wants to collaborate further, you can reach out to me as well. Thank you so much. I will hand over back to Linda.
Wow, thank you very much, Professor Vicky. That is really wonderful presentation. Can we give a big applause to Professor Vicky?
Thank you.
Well, oh my God, I cannot, it's like speechless, too much, very, very meaningful information today, since for the session 1 and session 2, we learned a lot. Well, thank you again to you all our speaker for their insightful presentation. We will now begin with the Q&A session for the for 3 speakers. Please feel free to type the question in the chat box and we will address them shortly. Let we do. We have question for Mr. Song first. Hello, Mr. Song. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So-
Okay, this is a question for you.
Okay, thank you.
So that is the brief. Conflict and conflict resolution are crucial in ecotourism. as events often arise that involve communities, government, and other stakeholders. It's essential to learn from this, understand how conflict emerge and how effective solution can be implemented. Correct? In
I
your
see.
case,
Okay.
how did the government and local community in Taiwan navigate the initial conflicts between conservation priorities and economic interests,
Yes.
especially in this area, like I don't know how to pronounce, sorry,
Yeah.
Shirting and
Certain.
yeah,
Yeah.
Shirting and Kuhai Guan Yibi. Is it correct?
关六龟
Yeah,
关
Kuhai. Could you share it?
旭海
Yeah, could you share it briefly? What strategy used to
Okay,
foster
okay.
collaboration
Okay,
and build?
thank you
Yeah.
for the questions. It seems to me it takes a long time to have a communication with the local residents because
Mhm.
you know the local residents they need make a living through their the natural resources nearby. So the authorities like the National Kenting National Park, they had a very good supervisor like Professor Mei Hui Chen. So actually, she is on behalf of the authorities to have a communication with the residents. So I think it's easier for the key persons who in charge of the project, and they had building up the trust each other, and then it's easier to build up a bridge rather than the directory had a what we say the direct dialogue with the authorities or the governments. So I think there is a very key, good, very important key person to between the authorities and also the communities between. So it's a key point. Yeah. Am I answer your question? I have no idea.
Thank you, Mr. Song. Thank you
No
very
problem.
much.
Yeah.
Next for Mohit Ji. Hello, Mohit Ji.
Linda.
Okay,
Yes, Linda.
that is the brief statement. The Global Wildlife Fair provides a wonderful opportunity to highlight important conservation efforts and promote sustainable tourism. To maximize its positive impact, it's important that the initiative shared during the event focus not only on promoting tourism business, but also on meaningfully supporting and empowering local communities. The question is, as the Global Wildlife Fair approach, how can the event ensure that the conservation efforts showcase are genuinely benefiting local community while also fostering sustainable and inclusive ecotourism practices?
Very good question. So, like I said, that this fair is result oriented. So what we're doing in the process is that we are building an online community, which will be ready by February. So once we have the online community, then that is where we will be showcasing the result. It is not just a fair to come and participate, showcase, and take away something or to give something, to sell something. It is it's a place where you will craft the project, which is result oriented for wildlife conservation, and the communities will be involved. How they will do it, what will be the progress? We will need experts to step in, like Dr. Bhutnesh Maran or Song or Professor Jennifer will have to step in to carve out the methodologies, right? If it's required. If it's not required, if it's just an interface where we are doing things to ensure certain results, then those results will be communicated on the community platform that we are building currently, where you will be able to see where we are going. Of course, it needs to be handed over. This is not something that the Global Wildlife Fair will do it itself. It'll be done with the help of the experts. Global Wildlife Fair will provide the platform for them to assess and to see where a particular project is going. As it'll grow bigger, the community platform will grow bigger because it's the first one which is happening on the planet. And as it continues to grow further, the entire platform will exponentially grow. And then, we will need technologists, we will need people, we will need experts to step in to take this work forward. If there is no result from this fair, then it is just going to come up as a general fair, tourism fair, which will die out after it's done. And then again, it'll happen next day. This is not what we want. We want the community to be sustained so that the continuous result is projected.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
that was my answer.
Thank you very much, Mohit ji. Now, next question. Can I call Mr. Alberteo? Hello, Mr. Alberteo. Hello, Mr. Albert.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Albert. How are you? Can you
Thank you.
ask the question directly to Professor Vicky? Long time no see.
Yeah.
For your information, Albertio is our AEN Emeritus as a AEN Vice Chair. Okay, can you ask the question directly, Mr. Albert?
Yes. Hi, everybody. Hi, Professor Vic. I don't think we have met, but I've been following you. Now, my question is, I hope there will be, there may be some overlap. It has been my experience over the years when I work with community. A lot of us learn on the job because we are engaged in doing our own business. We're not full-time in community work. So I think your presentation today gave me a framework to work on, which is thank you very much. Very good indeed. Now, when we do profiling on the community, they normally are very shy. They don't open up. It's only when you actually implement the project, you get to know how they are like, whether they are entrepreneurial, whether they are motivated and all that, by which time you've already committed to do the project and it's often too late to pull out. And given that a lot of NGO from overseas as well as local, they don't have the long time frame. They can only commit to helping community for maybe 5 years until the funds run out from the grant. So how do you balance all these limiting factors with regard to working with the community? Do you expect that given you do 10 projects, one successful project is a good record? Or how do you go about it?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Albert. Albert, I think we have met a few times. Been a while since I last saw you. I know the last I met your son, Timothy. For another similar event. So it's always a pleasure to have you here. Yes, I think your question is a valid question. That's it's a challenge whenever we go in any community-based or projects. So if you look at my own experience working in communities, we had a project a few years back in a village in Long Lamai with the Penan community. So right from day one, I think the most important is the first phase, to getting the buy-in. So the profiling stage. So at that point, you have to decide whether is this community, yes, are they ready or not? So if they're not ready, it's not, it cannot be top down, it has to be bottom up. So hence, the involvement of the local community, involvement of the local champion becomes very critical. So at that point is where you basically talk about tourism. What is tourism? What is good? What is bad? Is this what you want? Because sometimes they seem to be very interested in the money, but when they start getting into it, then they realize that, hey, this is not what I want. So balancing long-term community capacity building with the constraint of short-term funding and limited resources will require a combination of, I mean, there's no clear way to, yes, this is going to be a success or not, but you need to have certain strategic planning put in place, your partnership, and adaptive approaches that you want to put in. So if you look at here, firstly, there must be a gradual capacity building. So because once the community say, yes, I'm interested, okay, now you have to build the capacity. Focus on achievable short-term milestone that will build towards long-term goals. For example, maybe start with basic skills training and gradually move to a higher competency. And then community ownership, encouraging local ownership right from the beginning by involving the community in decision-making process. So yes, it may look very theoretical, but in reality, that is the way. You have to do that. And you cannot be over-dependent on funding, because if your aim is, okay, there's no fund, okay, I'm going to close shop, I'm going to fail, means that's already a trap, a sustainable subsidy trap you want to avoid on. So hence, you got to find the model that works. If you look at the Copel model in Kinabalu, it worked very well because they were very clear from day one. They don't want to fall into the sustainability, the subsidy traps. So that has been very clear. Or else, by the time the profiling done, once the project gets engaged, then you realize that, hey, this community is not doing well because seem to be their focus is not there. And in fact, the example that I gave you in Lata Kinjang was the same. It was not an easy project. It struggled because after almost 1 year or 2 years, then you realize that, hey, the community seem to be not interested. There's a push coming to make sure this project succeed. But initially, they seem to be interested, but at the end of the day, they struggle. But then along the way, as we push through, then you see them benefiting from it. So there must be the gestation period, as I've said, is quite long. And can you sustain? Yes, that's a problem that the village that succeed and the village that do not succeed. Village that succeed, they are able to sustain. They are very clear. So again, come back to the local champion. If you have a very good local champion to lead the community, then you will see a particular community works well together and they can see the benefit. But if you see community that has no leadership, everyone seems to be fighting one another, then it's a problem, because when money comes in, you may have an issue of, hey, are you breaking the community? So again, go back to your first step. Is tourism the way forward? And is tourism is going to bring benefit, or is tourism going to bring more destruction to the community and the culture and to the environment? So these are the things that they have to decide. So we don't want to forcefully, that's why it cannot be a top-down approach. It has to be a bottom-up approach to ensure that the community will actually benefit in the long term, and it is not a short-term goal. It's something that you have to go in because everyone is involved. The community is involved, the youth are involved, the senior citizens, the women are involved. So everyone is involved.
Let me throw you another question.
Sure.
As a business person from outside, sometimes we go to the community, we can spot straight away the business potential of that project. So when we sell the idea to the people, because they come from a different perspective, they may not see what we see. And so the mindset is very different. And it is often very hard for us to translate to them because we are engaged in business and they are not so involved in business. So how do you bridge that gap between us and them so that we can bring them up to our level and see the potential they can go?
Yeah, I mean, that's always a challenge because when as an investor you're coming in, you see the good part about it, and the community, maybe they are in a comfort zone where when you say oh, you're going to make more money, what does money mean to them? Does it make any difference to them when you look at the village, deep down rural village? What is money for them is very different for you. So for them, no, I can feed myself, I can hunt, I got whatever that I want around me. So financially, it's not important for them. So the challenge is always for you at the step one itself, to pitch the idea that, hey, you have something unique, you have a unique culture, you have a unique physical environment, you have a great wildlife, your pygmy elephant and all. There's no other place that people can come and see. So how do you leverage on this? So you got to show that, I mean, there's no shortcut. There must be a way to actually convince them to say the benefit of it. But in most cases, the worry is whether all these ecotourism destination will eventually become a mass tourist destination. Then we talked about over tourism today as well. So whether it become a over tourism and then damage. So that is another problem that some communities may feel, hey, is this going to erode my culture? Is my youth going to be exposed to something that is not that is not what I want? So again, all these questions come into place. Yes, as an investor, you see that, and I see you have done great job in Sukau, and maybe before you even came in, maybe the community over there never realized, hey, how good is this? How good has this project has done to them? But now they see the benefit, and the same thing you can see in Misowa Life, and where they see the community is making more money. So I think the community to community training then becomes important. The community got to visit a community that is successful and see, hey, how did they succeed? I have similar environment and now I'm doing well. So sometimes when you go and talk to them, the investors go, the trainers go and train them, they don't believe you because they don't trust you. They say, hey, you have some hidden agenda. But if you bring them to visit another community and learn from the community, maybe that is a good approach to convince them that, hey, this is the way forward and you can do well. And you can see there's a lot of model around in Asia Pacific, APEC model, where they have learned from the community to community training. So maybe the community to community training is one approach for you to look at in order to convince them that, hey, this is the way forward for your community.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. Thank you, Professor Vicky. It's such a really great discussion. We have a limited time. So, Mr. Albert, maybe next webinar, we will invite you here. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflected on the from our three speakers on the presentation, it is clear that sustainable ecotourism hinges on a holistic approach that integrates community empowerment, biodiversity, conservation, and strategic governance. It's like Taiwan's model exemplified by its joint management of protected area, like Sherding and Natural Park Shuhai Guanyinbi Nature Reserve underscores the effectiveness of the collaboration between the government bodies, conservation agency, and local communities. This approach not only preserve ecological integrity but also drives socioeconomic benefit, providing that well-managed ecotourism can be catalyzed for sustainable development. Like the upcoming Global Wildlife Fair 2025 provides an invaluable platform for stakeholders to unite and foster innovation in conservation and eco-friendly tourism by prioritizing the protection of endangered species and promoting responsible tourism practices. The fair paves the way for a global dialogue on sustainability. Furthermore, the emphasis of upskilling and reskilling local communities, as seen in the Malaysia's and the Caribbean's ecotourism initiative, highlight the importance of capacity building, empowering local community with the right skill is the key to creating sustainable community-based ecotourism model that not only drive economic growth but also contribute to environmental conservation. Ultimately to the future of ecotourism rests and our ability to build resilient partnership, invest in the human capital, and adopt integrated strategies that align conservation with the local livelihood. Only through this effort can we ensure that long-term sustainability of ecotourism and its positive impact on both people and the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a big thank you to our three amazing speakers, Mr. Song, Mohit Ji, and Professor Vicky, for their outstanding presentation. Your insight, expertise, and innovative approach to sustainable tourism have been truly inspiring. We are grateful for the valuable knowledge and practical strategies you have shared which will undoubtedly help us to shape a more sustainable future in tourism. Thank you again for your dedication and impactful contribution for these webinars. Once again, please give a big applause to our great speakers this afternoon.
Thank you all.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end of the today's webinar, I would like to invite Dr. Tini Maizwal, the head of tourism program of University Malaysia Sabah, to give the closing remark. Dr. Tini, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Linda. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and all attendees. As we come to the end of this webinar, I stand before you, which I feel with gratitude and inspiration, as today has been a remarkable journey of insights for everybody. Okay, and first and foremost, I would like to thank each of the distinguished speakers, how you have shared ideas, Mr. Kazuhiro on ways to overcome overtourism in Japan, highlighting key features on how to create maximizing the carrying capacity and applying a very interesting approach on nudge theory. And second speaker, we have the Ms. Supaporn Prachumpai on the carbon neutral tourism development, which is actually very, very crucial for us to share in our community. Okay, how they reduce and offset the carbon emission using all these credible carbon credits. Okay, and all of these eco-friendly practices is very, very unique. Okay, and then our third speaker, we have Mr. Arai for their sustainable practices in rural tourism. Indeed, the value of traditional knowledge, how you go about leveraging this village history, using their local wisdom, preservation and interpretation is one of the best. Okay, using tourism as a tool to document and also share these traditional practices, especially in cultural preservation through tourism, is very, very unique. Okay, and then we have also Mr. Yong, okay, on the successful ecotourism models for sharing nature park and Shuhai Kwan Yin Bi nature reserve. Okay, how they go about in providing the preservation of unique and scarce of the localized resources. Okay, and our distinguished Mr. Mohit Aggarwal, okay, explaining on the importance of global wildlife. Okay, hoping for us to meet you there, sir, in October next year. I will bring the delegates from University of Malaysia Starbucks to your place. Okay, hoping, okay, praying hard. Okay, and lastly, we have our Professor Vigneswaran, okay, on upskilling, reskilling. So this is actually what we also need to be implement here to enhance our local communities in ecotourism, especially in Sabah. Okay, so I would like really thank the speakers, okay, participants, and I hereby recommend the study tour as a strategic investment in order to enhance the organization knowledge, skills, and as well as a vision for this ecotourism. And for us here, we also owe a debt of gratitude, okay, to the organizing team whose behind the scene effort has made today webinar very successful and very impactful. Okay, as we conclude, let us take the knowledge that we have gained today and apply it in our respective journey. Okay, thank you all once again for making this event very meaningful. Looking forward to meet again in future endeavors. Okay, thank you very much. You guys have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tini. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the ASEAN Ecotourism Network, I would like to thank all of our speakers and participants for joining us today. We had a truly enriching discussion, and we hope that you gained valuable insight into the future of ecotourism in Asia. We are excited to announce that our journey continue with the next webinar, the Road to the Global Wildlife Fair. Stay tuned for the update, and don't forget to follow us on our social media, ASEAN Ecotourism Network. I'm Dinda Imelda, and it has been my absolute pleasure to serve as your MC and moderator today. Thank you all for your participation and insight. I look forward to see you at our next webinar. Until then, take care and stay inspired. We look forward to see you at the future event. Have a wonderful day ahead and goodbye. Thank you.
Okay, see you
Thank you.
all. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Namaste.
Mr. Ari. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mohitji. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ari. Thank you, Professor Vicky. Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
thank you.
Alberteo. Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
very much.